Are you gonna be? Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. I thought you were just holding it the whole time. All right, it's 9:02. It's like chaos right off the rip. For some reason these things got put in a weird spot. Why, I don't know.
There it is. Well, this is gonna be fun.
We're on. We're live.
Yo,
Current.
what is up, friends?
Down so I don't lose it.
Friends and fam. I even have some family on here, I think.
Yeah,
And it's okay.
Ginger Jesus. Let's get weird.
You know, I don't have
Indeed.
my glasses, however. And that
All right,
means
so
that
I'm
I
going
can't
to.
read anything.
It's okay. I'll get it fixed.
Sick.
All right. So we are pulling it in, and I'm going to Rob. It's Ben. I love you.
Is Boomo Ben?
You say what, Ben?
There's another Ben that goes by Boomo that might be tuning in. And he just, matter of fact,
Boomo, yeah.
Yo, what's
Which is
up,
crazy because I
Ben?
go by Bumio. So it's
That's when you said that, I was just like, wait, what? I was like, is there a correlation here?
It's so close. No, it's just like growing up. I was a nerdy fat kid, so I wanted to be a Romeo, but I kind of sucked at it. So
Still found Juliet.
yeah, you're not wrong. I'm trying to get this. There we go.
See, it's not a cantle, it's a candle. And I want everyone here to remember that.
Candle?
You can.
A candle.
No. I put a sticker.
Kind of like a trash can, you know? They don't call it a trash
What
can.
up,
they
what
call it
up?
a trash can.
I crash.
Yo.
Can't.
Guys.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is here, I'll
I
do
might
this.
need shades now.
I'll do this. This will make it easier for us.
I think they got left on the mantle.
Just so you guys can see it a little bit better.
This is so interesting. This is a first. Yo, what's up, Ginger Jesus?
We're working it out.
Boomo goes by Ginger Jesus on Twitch. Let's go.
Oh boy. Oh man.
All right.
Alright, guys.
Time to wake up, Jake.
What?
Wake the fuck.
Consciousness
Are y'all
is-
streaming somewhere else too? So we're on
consciousness
Twitch,
is lame.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. I think even on Twitter, I'm Trade Skills P, as in podcast, because it wouldn't let me have the whole thing. On YouTube, I'm Thank you. There's Jake. Thank
That's
you.
me?
Thank you.
We still need to change that.
No, I love
It
it.
doesn't look anything like me.
Yeah, well, that house right there is burnt down. So
It's fine.
here, I don't know if you want to.
How does these work? So we can hear ourselves better?
Oh
yeah. If you
Oh,
put
yeah.
it on backwards, you'll hear it the opposite direction.
And then the microphone
It's
is
left and right, you know?
I don't know how close you actually can get to it. Eventually, this
Check,
table,
check.
I can pull you up a bit.
Should I see what happens if I do strum the guitar and see if it catches it from the...
Yeah, you can run it.
What?
Just see what happens.
Yeah, it should pick it up. It's fine. A little bit, anyway.
I can get louder too. We're good.
And we're not peaking too much, so it's just good.
Yeah. I'm not
Friends,
gonna, I'll make sure that I don't get too flippy.
All right.
if
Unless anyone needs a haircut.
So if you guys don't
Yeah,
know,
haircut.
I'll introduce myself, then Jake will do, and then we'll run down the line.
I got mine.
I'm Bumio.
I
I'm Rob Wilbanks, aka Da Vinci Scopes.
Da Vinci Scopes, so they can check that out. We're going to get into all of it, guys. If you guys didn't know, he is not only a musician, but he also builds kaleidoscopes. Who do you know that can say that? Not damn one. Well, I can say one, and it's just him. It's just him. And we brought some examples. We're going to try to use some kind of strange way to allow you guys to see this.
honestly, I was gonna introduce myself.
Yes, we are running OBS. Jake, run it.
What? No, honestly, if I were to give out my real name, then it would trigger the apocalypse.
My
Like,
babe's on
I-
here too. Hello, hello.
Like,
Alicia popped
I
in.
definitely,
Totally get that.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to. Yeah.
So today we are talking music. We are talking kaleidoscopes.
Oh yeah.
We're talking all kinds of crazy things. And actually, this beer right here, you're not going to be able to see it too well. Here, I'll go to the second cam. Look at that. Right there. It's dope, isn't it? Alicia gave me that one.
Very niche.
She knew we were getting ready to have a kaleidoscope episode. Oh, God. It's doing strange things. I activated my, in this scene. Let's get rid of,
I like this
YouTube.
strange corner.
Yeah. Well, actually, so this is what's primed up, and this is what people see.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I can show you to build a filter in OBS that will mitigate any peaking in the future. Yeah, noise gate. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Rob's hat is translucent. No, it isn't. That's totally.
I just have nothing going on up there.
That's totally. See, we'll go to. Here, I'll go to him and we'll show you that his hat is in fact not.
Wait, what? Brandon.
Yes.
I'll be honest. If we don't open
It
drink
brings
in the next
it brings Airhead to a whole new level.
the next
you
like
know?
Jake's-
10 seconds, I'm like actually going to die. I don't want to die.
All right, Jake, you choose then. You choose.
I don't. No.
Oh,
That
boy.
wouldn't be the gentlemanly thing to do. And I am nothing if not a gentleman. So, Brandon, I must insist that either of the two of you choose the first beer.
Okay. We'll let our guest choose.
You know, like, let's see here. Probably want to save the stout for a little bit midway back in. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah.
So let's hit up one of those sours first.
Okay.
Start this thing off real sour like.
I want to make this
Which one
thing
you
as
wanna-
small
which one
as
you feeling?
possible.
From the colors. Is this a sour? Yeah, the vision board. The vision board seems pretty interesting. Crosstown Brewing Company.
Could be.
Tennessee beer made in Memphis.
Yeah, right on. Yeah. We could drink that one. If you want to
Cool.
drink that one.
Would you
wanna
like to
drink
do
that
the
one?
honors?
I would love to.
I just
honor
can't
this
wait.
Beer.
I just can't wait for the crisp pop in this condenser microphone.
Where's my saw?
Where's my saw?
What if I just sawed it in half? That'd be great.
What if we just shotgun it with a tip of a kaleidoscope?
We could honestly open it with this guitar pick. Just spray it.
That's a V pick made by Vinny in Nashville. High density acrylic picks. If I was gonna recommend a pick for someone to try, if you've never tried an acrylic high density pick, V picks by Vinny in Nashville is absolutely one of the best.
Yeah, that stuff's good for sure.
They make them typically in clear, and I think they do that because it makes them easier to lose, so you buy more. So I don't like that, but now they make them in colors, and I'm so thankful.
Man, I think I have one in my wallet.
What is it?
I don't know.
What kind? Jalapeno?
No, I have one of those ones.
Or was
I have
it
this hole in
a
the
gravity
bottom
pick?
of my wallet, and I just lose all my things.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't actually hold anything anymore. Brandon, have you seen the state of my wallet? Look at this right now.
That's very useful. It's very conducive to.
Is Tennessee the state?
I just have a hole in the bottom of my.
Yeah.
I just
It
use- I lose
explains why you're broke so often.
My friend Jackson.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
My friend Jackson gifted me a wallet that was made in Egypt, and it's fucking awesome. But the only thing about the wallet is that it's so old and vintage that it also is doing the same thing. So I had to put it on pause until I fix it.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
explain the beer?
Well,
Did we say what this beer was?
the Vision Board Sour from Memphis, Tennessee.
Why'd we
4.5
choose this
ABV.
beer? Show it off a little bit, Jake. Into the camera.
It is because.
Oh, it's kind of got colors that make it.
Because it has many colorful things. That's why.
Here, I'll get a little closer.
Hang on a moment.
I love this background music though, guys.
I think I have to actually
it's,
cover my face up if I want to zoom in on it.
I feel like I'm on an adult Sesame Street.
Yeah, right.
Was that shade? Was that passive shade?
No,
Passive aggressive
no.
shade?
I'm into it.
I feel like this is a fucking joke of a show.
I like jazz. Smooth jazz.
I like jazz. So this is what we had before, and it started getting annoying.
I like George Benson. I'm down.
Oh boy, I just asked ChatGPT to write me some color themed cheers. Like it gave me like 10 whole speeches.
Any gold?
Any
Okay.
bangers?
All right, guys, we're gonna cheers with these things all night because these are bangers. So I'll read our first
Bangers
cheers
all
of the
night.
night. Taste the rainbow, sip by sip, a colorful drinking journey no one will skip. Orange zest, cherry pop, let's toast to a night that will never stop.
Oh, that was freaking golden.
That was actually good.
That's pretty great.
Oh, very aromatic.
That's pretty good, man.
The smell's more than the taste.
Oh yeah.
The smell was great. I was like, oh man, this is gonna be.
LaCroix. Yeah.
It's
Ain't
there.
bad,
It's
though.
mild
Yeah.
though. I definitely like the label.
That's a very light sour too, though. Like it's not. I would say that's a tart ale almost.
I'm gonna save that one. If you guys don't know, some of these that I really like,
That's great. That's you're sipping by the pool, eating sour
Yeah.
Skittles.
It'd be good for eating sour Skittles with. There would
Be a
be
whole.
a good chaser for that. Yeah.
That'd be another whole way to taste the rainbow. The sour. Didn't it say rainbow in the description?
it says
Yeah,
go home,
it's
Chat
good, yeah.
GTP. You're drunk.
Taste the sour rainbow with
Who said that?
this beer.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Right on. Man.
Chroma keys, most likely. Yeah, I had to adjust it, but you never can tell when you bring, because I have. This is our actual background that I took a picture of to cover up our background. So if when I show off his Instagram and these beautiful kaleidoscopes, that we'll be able to do that more efficiently. But yeah, so if I really like the labels, I save them. So
Oh, cool.
it's very lame, but
Hey, you're very lame.
that's a picture of.
Oh,
Jake said it's not him, but I found
Oh, I
it
love
somewhere. I found it somewhere. Where's it at? God damn it! Oh, it's on this
It's
side.
green.
I found this picture on our sticker somewhere, and I was like, man, this looks like a really disheveled Jake.
That's not me.
So I
Looks nothing like it.
yeah. So it's a book full of these labels.
You know,
So I figured that might be kind of cool after
Honestly,
having 400 episodes or something. that-
Honestly, it is more interesting than collecting stamps. So
I think that like a
Middle guy,
collage art on a green background and then shown on camera with the green screen thing would be tight.
yeah, I like collage.
Ghost hat.
I've
I can
always-
still see through.
I've always secretly believed that collage is the greatest of all the arts. Said it many times.
Oh, you're drunk. Let's see. Oh, your art is cool as hell, by the way. Middle guy art man.
Middle guy art man. This is Rob.
Rob,
yeah.
middle guy art man.
Middle guy art man. I like it. Yeah. Right on.
It's not showing quite everything that I want. Maybe I'll shrink it up some more and just pull in what I need. Yeah, there you go. We don't need all that. Bellissimo. All right, let's
Dude.
get back to it, guys.
Thank you so much for joining in, Ben. I can't wait to give you a hug.
If they want to find you on Instagram,
Right
if
on.
they're wanting to follow along on this wonderful kaleidoscope journey, where can they go on Instagram to look at these kaleidoscopes, to watch with us as we go through them?
So if you go to Instagram and you type in the word Da Vinci Scopes, all one word,
Spelled like it should.
spelled just like it should, like the Italian, DAVINCI Scopes, SCOPES. You will find me. It'll say Rob Wilbanks, and it'll say the seal says art.
Art.
Okay.
And my tag is aspire to inspire.
You heard that. The more I drink this, the more I like it. I don't
Right?
know. The more I drink it, the more I like it. It's not super tart like a normal sour would be.
You're right. Yeah, I guess I agree.
It's 4.5% Facebook page somewhere.
Do you have Facebook art page, man?
So
I think I tagged it in this show's post. So
I have it, but I'm not gonna lie, it's completely underdeveloped, kind of like my pecs.
you had like kind of like older photos of you on, or your main photo.
Yeah.
You had this like flowing mane that looked like I don't know. I was trying to find the band that it made me think of.
Probably like Winger or Whitesnake.
No, not quite that.
Extreme.
No, it's kind of like newer. Fox, something Fox.
Quicker than
Fleet
an
Foxes?
No,
Antelopes. I like antelopes.
I'll think about it. It'll come up after the show. I'll be like, God damn it, there it is. Da Vinci Scopes is better than the dopest dope you've ever smoked. It's no joke. Your mind will be broke. He be spreading the hope quicker than an antelope. I sent him a friend request on Facebook. So that was pretty nice. I ain't gonna lie. That's like some Chat GTP shit. That shit was good.
Man, I had Chat
Bumo,
GPT
aka Ginger Jesus.
ramp up the.
He knows the way.
He's a rhymer? Is he a music guy?
He's an all-out creative, amazing, inspiring individual for show.
So Jake, this is
Some
a
of the
mystery
sickest
beer.
dreads.
Oh, I used to have dreads.
Some of the sickest dreads around.
This is a mystery beer, Jake.
Yeah.
Mystery.
How good is B?
I've never had it.
You've never had it.
I've never had it. It's a mystery beer.
Really?
Yes.
Or do you not
I
even
used to
know
be a
what-
rapper.
Do you not even know what mystery it is?
Oh, I do know the mystery.
You know the mystery.
Yes.
Well, then to you, it's an ordinary beer.
True. I be doing the lots of stuff, but mostly connect cool people with cool people, and they do cool things together.
And honestly,
Remember that time we worked together and that random chick said you were a racist for dreads? Yeah, I remember that. I used to have like long dreads, and there was like, I think it was like 2 black people and a Asian woman, and then the Asian woman was like, you need to cut those off. And I was like, really? Why? And she's like, that's cultural appropriation, that's racist, you need to cut that off. And then 2 black people at the table were like, no, you should keep them, don't listen to her, I like them, they look really nice. And I was like, all right.
getting mixed.
Literally
signals.
after having dreads for like 4 or 5 years, one person said something to me, and it wasn't even a person that the culture is aligned with.
Right.
Strange.
It'd be like that out there.
I
It
feel
do be like that out there. Culturally appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Guys, we absolutely have to open another beer. Because,
Yeah,
like,
Jake is struggling.
I'm.
Jake, where's the
trying.
where's the fireball at?
No, I'm not gonna drink Fireball. I will bring shots though.
So we started something recently because Jake usually works early in the day, and then by the time it's time for show, for him to be like out there, he's exhausted. So he's usually yawning on the show or doing something like that. So we started where we're maybe taking a shot or so, and then Jake kind of opens up a bit. It was the NVM. It was me. Never mind.
Cultural appreciation.
Did stream rip on my internet? Oh, the only person I've ever had tell me I shouldn't have dreads because of cultural appropriation was a chick with a travel ban protest years ago. Chick at a travel ban. Heard. Cultural appreciation. Yeah. I don't know. So I have really, really curly, kinky hair, like tight ringlets, and my hair was already really long, and I was thinking like, I can either cut my hair or I can dread it up.
You glass? Oh, I'll pass on the shot.
Yeah, I'll do a
Appreciate
shot. And so I was figuring I could either cut my hair or I can dread it up. So I had wonderful Doug and Matt spend hours dreading up my hair.
What is that? Oh, it's absent. Give me a baby shot.
All right. Technically, the first depiction of dreadlocks was the god Shiva.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I mean, it's
I gotta do it for the color.
in
You know what I'm
current
saying?
yeah.
in current
It's
like
the color. It's the color for me.
society. It is very much associated with African American culture, but it is a human hair. Like it's something that people have been doing since the beginning of time. So, like you can look back on Greek.
What's absinthe doing a black light?
Becomes completely clear.
Slimy.
So, yeah, human hair, well put. So, like dogs can literally get dreads. Like not just human hair, it's just hair. Like hair after a while will mat up and it will dread.
Yo, I had long hair and I woke up on Bonnaroo day 4 and I had a dread, like straight up.
Did you keep it?
I did. I actually let it mat, and then I ended up twirling in a little bit of hair here and there. And my hair was like almost 3.5 feet long at the time. And I used my one dread in the back where it kinked on the neck and didn't wear a hair tie for about a year because I used my hair to hold my hair.
I got 3 footers right now. Dude, his hair, dude has his one dread in a box with his weed. Yeah,
Yeah, Brayden.
So
it's gotta be like cursed.
no, I do have my dreads because dreads,
Dude,
you know, of like 100 strands of hair in a dread that you maybe have, let's just for simplicity's sake say 100 hairs, maybe only like 30 of them are actually attached. Like maybe less than that. The rest of them are just kind of wound up, and if you keep them nice and clean.
One moment.
Yeah, so
Chat had to say.
so like some of the earliest depictions of man, Greek, you know, pottery 4,000 years ago, you have fighters with dreads. You have, you know, there's Vikings with dreads. I mean, dreads is very much just what hair does if you don't sit there and brush the shit out of it.
Oh, dude, it just gave me the
Rob, show this
Holy
man my
shit.
dreads, please.
Holy shit. Hang on.
Oh, let's
Guys,
look up,
let me
let's look up
read the
Boom
chat
Boom
GPT absinthe cheers.
Oh boy.
Emerald elixir, green and grand. Let's raise our glasses, a daring stand. In absinthe's haze, we'll find delight. Cheers to a night of artistic flight.
Chat,
Oh,
look
I
for
thought I
a
was gonna
great
say
picture of
delight.
Boomo.
What's
It
that?
goes on and on.
This is Boomo's dreads right now. In the middle.
Oh yeah, he's got some long boys.
Wearing a Kumali hat, I see.
I like green and grand. It's so bad.
Shout out to Aram Kumali, another great artist, good friend of mine.
He's a good fella.
Yeah, Jake knows him too.
So
Just moved to Chattanooga. Check out his art as well. It is the art of Kumali, spelled Kuhmali. Did I interrupt the absinthe toast?
we did the toast and then we
Okay.
didn't drink. What the fuck?
We were all
Oh,
on our
sorry.
phones. How 2023 of us?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Oh, licorice. Hope you like it.
Ah, yeah. I do actually like it. It's small.
It's
small
a
doses.
very minimal absinthe though. It's like
So mine was
watered
like
down. It's pretty good
Oh
though.
yeah, those are long as hell too.
All right, gents.
Like whatever your hair is, whatever level your hair is at dreads, like times that by 2, and that's what's actually in there.
oh yeah.
What
Oh
manner
yeah.
of beer should we drink now?
Mine was I don't know if you'll guys will be able to see it. Nothing too crazy.
I don't know. You're pretty crazy, B.
I'm not. I'm quite the opposite.
Honestly, I feel like
Yes.
most of the time I out crazy you.
Looks great. Thank you.
And
It's been a while. I kept them just in case because, like I said, out of like 100 dreads, maybe or 100 hairs, maybe 30 are attached. All you do is retwist it
But aren't you afraid
into your current hair, and then you'll have dreads.
Aren't you
Done.
afraid of like a witch finding them and having like unlimited ammunition to like ruin your life?
No,
Unlimited ammo.
I'm
No.
good on that.
I mean, because that's a real possibility with that much of your hair just floating. I mean, it's just like literally labeled, "Hex me, please."
You ever make it back this way these days? Had some good times together way
If
back
you watch
when.
2 episodes,
Oh,
of
man.
Silver
It's
King,
been a
you'll be
while.
I go back like twice a year, if that, and then only for like 2 days.
Yeah, I think I go
So,
back about 3 times a year.
If I am back there, I always go to Mellow, and I always go to Temp a couple times, and
Yeah, those are the only places I'm guaranteed to go.
Maybe get a steak at Locos. You used to do that pretty often.
Yeah, maybe.
What was the steak you used to get?
I don't remember.
You used to come there pretty regularly. There's really not a lot of good eating in Albany. I'm sure you probably booked always with people to eat.
Yeah. I'll make a point of reaching out the next time I'm down there. It's, there's we'll hang for sure.
That looks dope.
Usually I almost always go to Pretoria and we'll do like I usually invite, whoever I think to invite. So you should come out on one of those nights probably.
I dig it.
But I don't know when I'll next be down there.
We're gonna get into it though. So let's
come to Nashville.
Let's pour beer and let's go ahead and get into
agree.
what you guys are here for. We're getting into the interview process.
I was just here for beer.
I've been holding back my questions because, and some of them I've already forgot, and they'll come back. And I have some written down, but I've been holding back my questions because I like my response. We like our response to be genuine and our curiosity to pique and us to drive the conversation with, how our curiosity goes. Jen just says, Rob, I have a serious question for you.
I have a super serious answer for you.
That's not a question. That's actually a questiondia. Questiondia. It's
Is that like an
questiondia.
interrogative idea?
It's an idea and an interrogative idea, precisely.
Is that
a questiondia
by definition?
I don't know.
But I understand if that is that tracks, and I like that.
Yeah,
it's creative.
I think he just made that up, but we all understood.
Don't you love being a human being?
Yeah, honestly.
We're the best and the worst. Am I right?
He says in an idea that I question if this is possible.
Anything is possible if you put your mind to it.
I was gonna say if you're brave enough or something like that. There's always those memes. It's like everything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Oh my god.
Everything is edible if you're brave enough.
I think everything is actually impossible, and it's like our strong willpower that changes the fabric of reality to make the impossible possible.
If it's about scopes,
Rob's literally questioning everything you're saying.
Let's see what Brandon has to say about that.
His face
I don't know the pace of the interview.
That was your face when Jake was saying the ridiculousness that Jake says.
I have a question.
Jake.
Yes.
Question.
What?
Heard.
Okay.
So it's about the scope. So I don't know if you want me to wait to ask.
Well, we'll dive into the scope conversation after we pour this upcoming beer, and then we'll kick that off with your question. So if you want to type it up and be ready to type after we pour our beer and cheers, we can. We'll ask.
So I'm gonna pour the next beer. This is our guest beer. So I need you guys' glasses.
My glasses?
Nice try.
Oh.
Oh snap! Doing a interview.
Sorry, I'm all in front of you. All right, we need another cheers from you, Jake.
Sure. Let's see. With a kaleidoscope of hues in sight, let's drink the rainbow, party till midnight. Teal, magenta, and electric lime. Cheers to a night of good times.
Love it.
I dig
these
it.
things are fucking...
All right.
Having ChatGPT right
So
here
get a
is
good smell
so
of this.
You fucker. Is this the goddamn...
Pickle.
I know what this is, yeah.
Pickle beer.
What is it?
I love pickle beer.
I'm gonna pour it over my shoulder. I hate pickles.
What does it smell like, Jake?
It smells like the pickled jalapeno beer that we had that one time.
I love this. I actually mess with this heavy. This is great.
Jake, try it.
Fuck you. Okay, fine. But I'm gonna go ahead and pick out the next beer.
Oh yeah. I like that.
It's like salt and vinegar. It even hits you with that that coughing infusion that when you open a bag of salt and vinegar and give it a big whiff, it you almost cough. It hits you with that brine vinegar. I'm into it.
I feel like it was probably brewed in the carcass of a sheep.
It was brewed in the carcass of that animal that Luke Skywalker opens up with a lightsaber.
Wampa or the Tauntaun.
Yeah, the Tauntaun, and he's just
He also opened up the.
He's in his Like
Yeah.
gut
I thought they
gut
smelled
spaghetti.
bad on the outside. That's the line.
Yeah. All right, quit stalling, Jake.
All right, fine. I'm gonna queue up another beer because I'm gonna need it. The only thing that can probably save me is the Rainbow Smeggles. So I'm gonna have it ready.
I gotta
Alright.
copy this link and send it to somebody real quick.
Yeah, no, you're good. So what we are currently drinking.
I hate you for making me drink this, but here goes.
I love this.
I'm gonna stop stalling right now and drink this beer. I may chase it with the candle wax. Here we go.
That sounds spicy.
Oh fuck. Whoa, that's weird.
You're just gonna chug it to get it out of the way.
Yeah, it's,
I might have to sip on this one. It's so good.
It do actually be good.
it's I can see why some people like it.
I love
It's
the
polarizing.
thumbnails and everything you made for this one already. It's sick.
Do you like that?
I do. Good job, Brandon.
Thank you. So this is from Destil. I'm guessing I'm saying that right. Destil Brewery, Normal, Illinois. Fucking figures, Normal, Illinois. Dill pickle sour made with sucker punch pickle brine. 12 fluid ounces, and it says the tart, citrusy flavors of Destil Goza Ale combined with the unmistakably zesty, garlicky flavor of sucker punch dill pickle to create a unique, delicious knockout flavor experience. Cheers. 5.2%. I'll show off this can a bit. It's green, so it's just a
Just a man.
it's just a man.
All right, so
sucker punch.
in the interest of moving on with the interview and away from the dill pickle beer, which I do not like. I hate pickles.
Let's get it.
Hey, let's
Sounds like you're
let's
in a pickle
start
right now.
So
our
you like
conversation about
craft pickle. You like when people make homemade pickles
I-
because you ate a bunch of Collins and you really liked them.
Were they spicy?
I
I
like-
like spicy
I
pickles.
like
a lot.
some pickles. Syphos.
Shout out Uncle
Yeah,
Mike. You
Mike,
make the
what's
best
going on?
Spiky pickles.
All
Spicy
right.
pickles.
So, I think it's time to open up the kaleidoscope conversation. Because
Question typed
one-
and ready to go.
yeah.
We hear you.
So I think let's just start that with Jesus. If you want to type your question.
Boomo, I'd love to
Jesus.
hear it. And I got an
Jesus,
answer
yeah,
for you.
It's definitely Jesus. That's how you
Doing
say
good,
that.
man. We're interviewing
Alright.
Rob. He's a musician slash. Should I say slash? Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
a multifaceted
creative.
man.
A creative.
He's a creative. He also builds kaleidoscopes. Who do you know that builds kaleidoscopes?
Did a little
So-
glass blowing in the past.
Yeah. I feel like that goes hand in hand together. So I'm not going to go into that question yet, but
Yeah. So
It will-
our question is typed up, Brandon.
yes.
Do you want to read it out for us after we?
Oh, I've got some
right next to
you, Jake.
You have what?
I have some
Oh.
questions right next to you.
Well,
Folded.
I thought we would start with Jesus. I thought we would start with this question, and then we'll go straight into your questions. So that said, do you want me to read these questions, or do you want to read you these questions?
You can
Oh.
look at it and then decide if there's a question that you want to ask.
Okay.
Photograph, not photographer.
So then
I
I feel like I like holding paper.
All right. Says, so the big scopes you've made in videos has a huge ocular lens like screen to see designs inside. Is it possible to put a secondary image like a laser etch on or behind the ocular lens or screen? Can you read some of this?
Yeah.
Of the big scope so you can have a kaleidoscope image projected through the image, aka photograph made translucent, or an image mushroom creature we know and love.
The quick answer to your question, Boomo, is absolutely. And I'm already in development. I've made examples of that in just like tests and have had success. So if you were curious if one of our certain mushroom oriented creatures was possibly being able to be, let's say, like translated to a kaleidoscope, the answer is absolutely yes, and you can expect it in the near future. And yeah, so things of that nature have been being completed, and I have a couple of examples of things like that on my Instagram. And what's crazy is that, you know, I don't go into to show incredible detail of what's on the inside with a very slow approach to the light sources. And I don't do that because I don't want people to see what's inside or know how I'm doing what I'm doing. But one of the parts of the magic of enjoying this is being able to have it tangibly in your hand and seeing it for the first time with your human eyes as opposed to a screen. And that being said, yeah, so like I'll have to send you personally some imagery of things that I've done, and I'll show you a perfect little example of that. I brought here today an example of something of that nature, and I don't know if it'll exactly translate, but we absolutely can and have, and we'll continue to make that happen. So thank you so much for your question.
Right on.
Hell yeah.
Right on.
I think that's centered a little bit better. I think that camera was a little too close for 3 guests.
We have to somehow put a kaleidoscope on a camera and see how it works.
Oh yeah, I'll take care of that.
I can even for an example put my phone up to the kaleidoscope and then hold my phone up to the camera, and you can see through the billboard of a
that makes sense. Yeah,
as well.
That would work. Yeah. So we'll be able to do that for sure. We'll be able to show off some demonstrations here in just a moment.
I don't know if you're able to put video through your phone directly into the podcast.
Dear friends, I am going to be unable to drink this pickle beer.
Jake, fucking chug it.
Here, I'll take your pickle beer.
Will you pour it into your glass?
You enjoyed your shot.
I'm gonna pour some synth in there, partly to cleanse the glass. Of
Jake, you ain't shit, Jake.
I have for most of my life I hate dill, is what it is.
I love it. I'm into it. And like honestly, like what I'm thinking is like we have 5 or 6 beers that we're all thirding, so like we're gonna drink like 2 beers here. So I'm happy to take a little bit more.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because I am a responsible driver, as we all should be.
Ugh, I've like created pickle absinthe, and it's like one of the most unholy concoctions I've ever made. That's what this is about to taste like. It's about to taste like pickle absinthe. That is cursed. Jesus Christ.
I was 3.
What? You started drinking pickled absinthe when you were 3?
When mom told you stop taking those pickles off, they got nutrients.
Man,
pickled anything is great though. Outside of pickled cucumbers, the pickles we know and love, what is your favorite pickled item?
I like
cauliflower. I like pickled. I mean, if you can throw it in a jar, like I'm not much into. Even though I'm from the South, I don't do much of like pickled pig feet and shit like that.
Yeah.
But or pickled eggs, to be honest. But if it's a vegetable and you can pickle it, I'm probably down. To be honest.
I'm really into pickled okra. One time I went on a river trip. And we went with a friend and their dad and a couple other homies. And the dad had been saving this jar of pickles that he got from his favorite country store. And he busted them out and we all enjoyed the pickles. And I'm telling you, these spicy pickled okras were life-changing. I think about them. My mouth waters.
He says, I think about them often. I have dreams of these.
Thank you for the love.
Got a split, beautifuls. Glad to see you. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the follow as well on Twitch.
Thanks, guys.
We usually don't get a lot of Twitch's got a strange algorithm. It's kind of hard unless you have a certain amount of people watching you on a regular basis. It's hard to get, we have the followers to be affiliate easily, but if we became affiliate, we wouldn't be able to stream to Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and so on and so forth. We'd have to stick strictly to Twitch.
Like proprietarily.
Yeah. So that's kind of why we haven't done that. But
we could use black magic to summon. No, wait, that's not. We can't do that. I don't have the skill yet.
Can't do black magic with a light worker here.
Oh.
They call it light work, not easy work.
It's funny. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do some. Where's transform?
What? Oh my God.
Let's see, fit to screen. Done.
Brandon.
I got a text from Mom. It says, "Dad and I have you live streamed. Thank you so much for tuning in, Mom and Dad. I love you."
Hi, Mom and Dad. Our moms and dads usually drop in, which is nice. It's good to know that I feel like maybe at least 1/10 of our supporters, Brandon, are somebody's parents. And it's kind of, but like I don't think of that as a
Accurate.
bad. I don't think of that as a bad thing. I think of that as a, you know, like, oh, thanks for the support, you know.
Yeah, no.
But it is definitely.
You know, one thing I can say as a creative, knowing that I was created, I am so thankful for my creators.
Wow, that was deep. That I'm actually holding back tears. Still from the pickled beer. But like it's, you know, yeah.
It takes it a second to focus,
Oh,
but
shit. Is this gonna show us the kaleidoscope?
yeah.
Oh, neat, cool.
Whoa.
And I even got like tons of different pin lights.
Brandon.
Got a black light and a regular one.
Mm-hmm.
That aids the process.
Right.
This one right here, you can kind of see from the camera. I don't want to get too in there just because it's gonna spoil the surprise. But whenever we're ready to start
Yeah, so
diving into the scopes, I'm ready.
why kaleidoscopes? Like we know you're a musician. We know you've been playing guitar for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Why kaleidoscopes? Where was the transition from music, so playing a guitar, to getting into kaleidoscopes? You mentioned earlier glass blowing. I don't know if that was the transition or.
I think they all kind of fed off and transversed into each other.
Okay.
And I'd love to get into that because that's one of the main reasons of why I definitely wanted to come on, and I was so thankful for the opportunity to speak today because my passion being music and art and creativity. One thing that I can say for sure is that the more stuff that you try in terms of trades or in terms of creative outlets and things of that nature is the more information you're able to absorb and then utilize transitively. And I think music was the greatest thing that had happened to me when I got started with that, because it taught me how to be diligent and have practice and understand that things don't come just second nature. Sometimes it might be perceived as such that you might have all this talent, but the truth of the matter is that all things that are hard are learned and earned. And music was the first thing that came to me that I decided to really stick with and strive for. And after learning music, and as a guitar player especially, because goodness gracious, like you have so many options on notes, and there's so many notes that are the same, but they all have different sounds. How do you use them? How do you find them? Practice. Let's put it into simpler terms, like a guitar lick, for example. It's one technique or it's one thing that you learn, and then you have to learn how to piece those together and mix them all up. And I view creativity as guitar licks. And one thing that I like to share is that you might learn one trick here, but then that trick is transitive and you can learn how to apply it into anything. So the same way that I would practice the same scale or the same sequence 100 times, I would practice a technical technique, whether it's blowing a little bubble or putting on perfect little dots. You do that 100 times, and then you realize that it's all the same thing as you're learning skills.
Yeah.
And I just loved that music and art were able to coincide with each other and make sense by repetition and action. And it just correlated so well that that's what makes me, I feel like, want to try it all, want to do it all, because I feel like it's all building on each other. And the better I get at kaleidoscopes, the better I get at guitar, and the better I get at guitar, the better I get at kaleidoscopes.
So it all plays hand in hand. Like they work, they feng shui, they synergize.
And I call myself Da Vinci scopes. It's not because I love the idea that I would consider myself, or have been told that I'm a Renaissance man. I don't like to self-title. However, Da Vinci is a huge hero of mine. My mom would call me her little Da Vinci. And
Little Da Vinci.
little Da Vinci. And
She said, my little Da Vinci.
and yeah, he has a quote, and there's something on my Instagram we'll revisit this later, or we could do it now, whichever. But it's a quote from Leonardo da Vinci, and it says that art is geometry for our eyes, as music is geometry for our ears. And I took that to heart when I
No,
learned
that's
it.
fair. You can look at art or a painting, and you can tell if there's something about it either that you really like or don't like. And you can hear music, even if you're not a person trained in music, you can hear something that is off, and you can tell it's off. If it's just, there are certain notes that are pleasing for the ears. Just
Science behind music.
Yes.
Just as there is science behind art. And, you know, for example, you look at things like sacred geometry, proportions, the rule of thirds. All these art principles are geometrically based, and for some reason they seem so perfect. But then you look at art, and you look at the beauty of art in biology, and they all start tracking and translating. And you look at a Fibonacci sequence on a sunflower, or you look at a mandala effect, or the nautilus shell, and it's just so beautiful and so perfect, and it's because of geometry. And yeah,
And that definitely works into these
Kaleidoscopes.
kaleidoscopes.
So like one of the things that came upon me is when I was 18 years old, and one of my best friends became a tattoo artist. I had fallen in love with sacred geometry. I learned about it, read about it, and I decided I wanted to get tattoos on myself at 18 because I wasn't gonna get parental permission, right, Mom and Dad?
No,
So,
who does that?
Who gets that? No, but the first tattoo that I got was down my spine, and I got the platonic solids, which is like a triangle, you know, a pentagon, or a dodecahedron, an icosahedron, and they go all in a line, and they're symbolized by earth, wind, fire, air, elemental. They have elemental attributes. And then my next tattoo that I got was the seed of life, which is 7 symmetrical circles that ends up representing hexagonal geometry, triangular geometry, circular geometry. I can show that one on camera without having to bust my shirt off. But you see my seed here.
Yeah, and you have one on the back of your leg as well. That's very kaleidoscope-esque.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting that as time went along, something that was coming out of me, or something that was, I don't know if it was predetermined or whatever it was, it seemed very kaleidoscopic. And
That's the term, kaleidoscopic.
yeah,
I dig it.
kaleidoscopic. It seemed like it was kind of just pulling me in a direction. And the kaleidoscopes did not come because I said one day that I want to make a kaleidoscope. Matter of fact, I grew an appreciation for glass and silicates because glass blowing, I was always tickled by prisms, and especially faceted glass. And
What does faceted glass mean?
so glass that's faceted has been cold worked into patterns, and much like when you see a person that has like a beautiful wedding ring, what they call the Tiffany cut that makes that diamond so beautiful and sparkly is those facets that make those cuts, that make them so shimmery.
Gotcha.
Because the diamond itself isn't really that beautiful when you look at it when it's rough. But when you cut all the imperfections away and you show that little perfect slice of clear carbon or whatever it is,
Basically, yeah.
it makes it a perfect little shimmering thing that you put light through it and it starts blowing out rainbows.
Yeah.
So I really loved glass, and the way that I got into kaleidoscopes was I actually bought one at a thrift store.
So did you buy that like stereotypical, like I'm trying to think of it. It's basically like a tube, and you can kind of just turn it, and it's like it's like a cardboard paper tube, you know, it's very colorful.
I know exactly which one you're talking about.
That's the one you usually have as a kid. Then you're just sitting around just like looking at shit. You know, I'm looking at you guys. And then, you know.
So I actually, I went even one step down from that. I found what they call a kaleidoscope, which is an example of a kaleidoscope is this one that I brought here today.
It just has to do with the amount of mirrors that go into it, or?
So it's actually the same mirror system, but what it is a marble on the end, and the marble, instead of looking at an object, like a kaleidoscope will go and you look at objects that are already inherently in front of it. The kaleidoscope uses a marble and it allows you to observe the world around you, and the convex nature bends the light optically around you and into the mirrors, so that you can look at whatever you want. And I found one.
Check this one again now that we have these computer screens. See
Yeah.
if this is anything.
If you look at your audio board, that's gonna treat you the best because it has RGB fluctuating with color.
That's kinky.
Yeah.
Oh no, looking at my computer because it changes. Oh
So,
yeah, I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah, the kaleidoscope that I bought from the Goodwill, it was cardboard, right? And
Yeah.
so that made it kind of fragile.
You bought it where?
At the Goodwill.
The
I
Goodwill.
thrifted it.
Okay.
I got on a thrifting kick about a year ago. That was
Oren,
like,
what's going on, man?
it was just crazy. And I bought this cardboard kaleidoscope, and what happened was I enjoyed it so much that I was going around to music festivals, which has also been a big part of my life, and I was sharing it with everyone.
Yeah.
I was just like, dude, guys, look over here, look at this.
So I can check this shit out.
Check this out. Exactly. That's literally was the vibe.
You ever heard of the website rainbowsymphony.com?
No, I have not.
They sell. Have you seen? They're like what are they called? There's these like glasses that are essentially based on the concept of a prism. So every light that goes through the glasses, you just wear them. Every light that goes through it is reflected like a prism would be.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with those as a concept. I've owned a couple pairs, but I didn't necessarily know the name.
Rainbowsymphony.com, man. They sell all kinds.
There's also a really cool store that'll sell you diffraction glasses, and believe it or not, it's actually called Rob's Super Happy Fun Store. I'm not affiliated, but I will plug.
He's low key the creator of Rob's Super Happy Fun Store.
No, I will plug him though, or her, because it's. Well, I guess it's. I mean,
I don't know. This is 2023. Man.
So Ginger Jesus, he had to go, but he said, please.
Jesus. Jesus.
Yes.
Jesus.
Please,
Jesus.
Daddy Da Vinci, bless me with a demonstration. I gotta go to bed. Love you, Rob. Don't know Bummy or Jake, but I love you too. Thank you kindly. I'm throwing.
Man, that message was up there like 4 hours.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You suck.
See you sometime in the next 365, cause we got. What's this?
We got Asians to Shenan.
Oh, shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
You got
Okay, but
against the shenan.
finishing up on that
Brandon,
on the Y story.
As a purveyor of shenanigans yourself, I can't believe you didn't get that reference.
Yeah,
Honestly.
we got against the shenan.
So last
Again,
facet
it's a shenan.
of the how did I get into it story.
You would use the word facet.
Well, it was
No, I'm
just
just kidding.
Yeah, it just made sense, you know.
I'm sorry, that was mean.
But
I didn't mean to.
so basically, I take this thing around to this music festival, and I'm sharing it with everybody, like I said, and then I share it with this one individual, and I'm like, "Yo, bro, check this out." He's like, "Bet, can I twist it?" And I thought he was gonna twist it in his fingers, but the dude twisted it with his hands,
Just
took the
ruins it?
kaleidoscope, and just goes clack, 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 and just breaks the thing to hell. And it was so interesting because that moment
Man.
was the moment that I was like, I'm gonna take this apart and I'm gonna learn how it's made, and I'm gonna make one. And then I went home and I did it.
Cool.
And I did it again and again and again.
Were you upset? Were you upset initially? Is this a person you knew, or is this just some kind of random guy?
It was a person I knew, matter of fact. It was actually a friend.
Were you upset?
I was very stoic about it.
Okay, fair enough.
I just let it ride, and I was just like, well, I'm thrifting things at the Goodwill so conscious, like so much, right? That like I'm like, I guess I can probably just find another one, or I can probably do this and that. And then I look up kaleidoscopes, and I'm like, holy smokes, man! People want to charge out the wazoo for these things. And I didn't even think at this point that I was gonna start a business with it because I just wanted to try to make it because I liked the idea of making one. And then as I made them consistently and they were getting better and better, I was like, okay, well, I want to share these with the world, and I want to figure out a way to do it so that I can share it and the message of changing perception. I like to put things in my kaleidoscopes like messages and whatnot. And one message that I share with people that I put in my kaleidoscopes a lot is the message that you can, because I want to make sure that people feel capable and empowered, and not only people who create art and music and whatever are creators. We all are, and it just takes time and effort and dedication, and you can create anything you want. So you can.
You can.
You can.
He's running for office, and his you can vote for me this year in the 2025 elections.
All right, friends.
Jake, read one of these ridiculous questions on your slip of paper over here. I feel like we could get a banger out of that.
Printed them all upside down.
There's a trick to that. He figured it out.
Oh, wow, that was
Regular Da
quick.
Vinci himself.
Going off the script.
Oh, okay.
Um,
You don't like the questions?
No, they're fine. They're fine. But I'm not ready for a silly question. We'll get to one. But I did have, so why use solder, if I may ask?
So, why am I using solder? Because there's so many ways to make them. You can make them in brass tubes, you can make them in cardboard, you can make them in this and that. But something about solder and stained glass or glass in general has a nice heirloom quality. The kaleidoscope that I got would not last the test of time, but a glass and soldered kaleidoscope, if maintained and you don't have to change its oil or anything, but if it's kept safe, you can pass it down to your kids, and your kids can pass it down to theirs.
I mean, I guess solder also has the advantage of being fairly repairable.
Right, you can just resolder. You can.
Because you heat it up and you can move it.
I mean, you can take.
It'd be easy to take apart.
Soldered connections.
They even make solder suckers where you heat it up and suck it away at the same time.
But you can. I mean, you can. You can get machines that are 100 years old that have solder on them, and then resolder them. Take the old solder off and resolder them and make them functional again.
No, I was just curious if it was more artistic choice or more of a practical choice, or a bit of both, probably. I would imagine.
For sure.
So I want to get kind
It
of.
doesn't make it any easier to use solder. I will be honest. Like that's where kaleidoscopes start getting difficult. Is that like the soldering thing makes it a little bit harder.
I would think if I were to make one, just thinking is, I mean, I'm pretty good with tools.
You're crafty.
Yeah, I'm a fairly
Do it with your hands.
I'm a fairly crafty guy.
Yeah, boy.
But no, I think I would probably go the route of using like some sort of like tube and get like some sort of patina on it. As I really like messing around with like etching solutions for like different patinas on metals. And if I wanted to do like let's say I wanted to do like something brass and then have like windows essentially, sort of like that one has. I mean, I would like do it like on a mill probably, but that's like me thinking like, I mean, looking at it like, so I guess when I see things that like somebody's made, I usually like look at it and think about how it's made.
Right.
And that's the
as I hope people do.
Yeah. And
I don't want you to just look at it and be like, that's nice. I would be like, well, if it impressed you, I want you to think about how do you do it? How's it done?
Yeah. I mean, I usually have a knack for looking at stuff and and thinking about ways that I would do it if I did it.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of go into that for anybody who maybe doesn't know what a kaleidoscope is, or kind of what causes what it does and what causes it. These are kind of some of the questions I'm curious about, that just in case we have somebody who's coming onto the show who maybe doesn't know exactly what a kaleidoscope is or never has held a kaleidoscope.
Yeah, I mean, a kaleidoscope is it's just an avenue to enjoy something that's simplistic in a new way, but the avenue itself to get from enjoying something simple to where you are is a very semi-complex endeavor of understanding geometric principles, the materials that you're working with, but all in essence, it's mirror systems. It's mirror systems and prisms and marbles and things that make your eye get treated with simply things that are around you. And I mean, I guess the best way to give an example of what does a kaleidoscope does, yeah, is to definitely get on there and like show it.
I can do that. We'll bring this camera right here.
So like, let's see here. There's that line and there's this one. Okay, cool. So my kaleidoscopes are a little different in the sense that they have some novelty to them, and I make light penetrating versions as well as pendants. Like this is a pendant. This is, you know, like technically it's one of the smallest glass kaleidoscopes in the world. It's probably the smallest glass kaleidoscope on the market right now. It's 2 inches, and I call it the 2 inchy.
The 2 inches, fair enough.
And this one right here is 9 inches, 9 inchy. But I'm gonna put up the 9 inchy to the camera and see what happens here.
Oh yeah. Here, if you want, I can try. I can.
I can see.
Well, you want to be able to use your flashlight, yeah?
Oh yeah, I can do it.
This ain't his first rodeo. Oh yeah.
That's cool, man. You know, Brendan, reading some of these questions here actually got me thinking about whether
black light might be too harsh for this one.
Whether a kaleidoscope,
like a white light.
No, the black looked great in it, honestly. That looks dope too.
No, it really depends on what you're looking at.
So the light's coming through here, but it's also coming through the sphere on the end?
Yeah, I'll show you this one, this part. If you go up close right here, you can see that.
Oh, there must be some greens in there, yeah? Looks like it's kind of...
You can see all this hexagons, right? So this kaleidoscope is made with equilateral angles, but equilateral angles that reflect on each other end up representing hexagonal geometry. And the same thing when you take the seed of life and you put points at all the intersections of these circles, that creates a hexagon as well. And if you look in nature, some of the most developed things in nature in biology, for example, the honeybee, which is just a miracle of an organism. What does it store its honey in?
The comb, of course.
Hexagons.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And if you actually, one fact I love to tell people about honey, if they don't know it already, is that if you take raw, unfiltered, pure raw honey and you put it in a bowl and you fill water over the level of where the honey is, I guess like to the meniscus of the honey, you swirl a bowl around and the raw honey will disperse and create hexagons right in front of your eyes. And that's crazy.
I need to see this.
I wish I would have brought some raw honey and a bowl and some water, and I really wanted to be able to show that would have been tight. But that's something that you can do at home. You can look up the videos on YouTube, but it will literally disperse. The honey has biological memory. It's insane.
I want to see it. But also I don't want to waste that much honey. I guess it wouldn't be wasted.
It wouldn't be a waste.
This is one of my favorite episodes ever. Did you want to see that kaleidoscope again? We'll show that off again, just in case you didn't get a chance to catch it.
Yeah. This time around, I'm gonna put it. Can we do it towards your light? Actually, would that be cool?
I don't really know how that would work out.
Well, it'll just see more colors.
I'll let you squeeze in. You can move.
I'm gonna do this number right here.
can walk. You have some room. You can kind of.
Would you hold this guitar for me for a second? Taking about holding this thing so the guy on me.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's cable.
Oh, it's perfect.
Once the shop is built, cable management will be right.
Everything's perfectly fine. It's perfect, just the way it is. But yeah, let's get in there and look at those colors. Oh yeah, there we go. Swirling around nicely.
Those the RGBs over there.
Oh yeah. Sick. Thank you, Brandon.
Does the size of the kaleidoscope have anything to do with the performance?
Matter of fact, it absolutely does.
In what way?
Now, I'm not going to tell you here on this show that bigger is better. But I do make a 4-foot kaleidoscope.
It wouldn't fit in his truck. He was gonna bring it. It just didn't fit.
I have brought some guitars, some little kaleidoscopes, and what's cool is like the longer that your kaleidoscope is, the more opportunity for infinity to be exemplified. And if you have a shorter kaleidoscope, you can only see so far infinity when you look inside. If you have a larger kaleidoscope, you're able to see more reflections go bound, 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 and like the exhibition of an infinity concept is able to be a lot more understood or seen physically.
So it's like looking in like a mirror hallway, like in a hotel.
Right, or
Yeah.
like if you have one of those old '60s bathrooms where they got mirrors on both sides of the wall, and you look at it and you're like, "Holy crap! There's my head like 60 times." It like the bigger it is, the more you can see.
Have you seen those like lamps? And they're, this crazy. It looks kind of like a sphere. It's kind of like a sphere, but they're angled, and then it's got a porthole you can look through, and it goes to this crazy like kaleidoscope infinity. Mm-hmm. They're insanely expensive. Are usually the ones I look at are.
Have you messed with one-way mirrors?
One-way mirrors.
Because I've seen some pretty cool art pieces where you can use a one-way mirror to make
infinity principles.
Yeah, but like one where you're not reflected in it, essentially. Right. So you can look
into it, but it doesn't.
Like I've seen exactly. Like I've seen coffee tables, for example, that have like the glass top with, a light on the inside. And the glass top is actually a one-way mirror, and then you have like I don't know, you can have it look like a fire escape that just goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah,
but then like if you look down it looks like it's actually there because you don't see your own reflection.
So one thing that's really cool is that through the study of kaleidoscopes, and like learning about them, whether it be trial and error or legitimate research, I've gotten to learn and see so many more different types of infinity principles that now it's like yeah, so I can make a kaleidoscope, but now I'm also wondering to myself, like, when am I going to make my first infinity installation? And like when do I want to start tapping into other outlets of infinity principles?
I know you could definitely use it. You can definitely use it in a guitar pedal. Kind of an interesting thing, but like electro photos, photo sensors are a really common tool in guitar pedals.
Interesting.
Most like a lot of delays that exist and most compression that exists is essentially a light shining into a box with a photo sensor, and like the delay in the LED activating, it picks up the delay in the LED activating, and that's essentially what causes, which makes a delay pedal work. A lot of old school ones anyway, and a lot of compression pedals are essentially that same thing but connected to a volume thing.
That makes sense.
If that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
So you could. There's no reason you couldn't have like a turning kaleidoscope that like spins, that you then send a signal through, and you have one potentiometer that controls like you know, you could control the intensity of the light that goes through it, and that would give you a different effect. But the effect would be modulated by the kaleidoscope. It's totally doable.
Interesting.
I just thought about that from I kind of got. I thought went through my head on maybe like, you know, kaleidoscopes that aren't necessarily visual.
You think they would want to see another one?
Oh yeah.
This one.
So what makes this one different? So they're both. I noticed that this is more of a tube with kind of pyramids, right?
Yeah, this is like a triangular
Triangular. I
prism.
guess that'd be the better.
And this would be considered a triangular prism as well, but it's tapered. So as you can see, it's wider at the viewing space, and it goes
What's our stream
down
on?
What do you mean?
to the edge.
Is it on me or is it on Rob right now? We'll move it to Rob.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
Sorry,
had no idea.
I was just sitting here just like listening, and it was me. It was
Yeah,
me
sorry.
listening on the screen. So,
So
it
yeah,
didn't make any sense.
this one's
Yeah.
more of like a triangular prism, almost tube-like for sure. I mean, like it's the triangular version of a cylinder. So
Okay.
like that all tracks for sure. And then this is a tapered version with the viewing hole being on the base. And this one right here, when you look into it, you really can't tell what's going on. This one really needs light influence.
You want me to get up in there?
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. I might need to just use my phone light, to be honest. This might be too much exposure. Let's see what happens if I just use my phone. This one's got a little starburst in there. And the starburst changes colors. Kind of see a little bit more geometry and stuff like that too.
What's this message you have on the side of it?
This one.
This was the first, right?
Yeah, so this is my first kaleidoscope that I made of this version, and when I made this, I had been making them, but not like finishing them. This one's technically not finished because I didn't solder it, but I put a little message here to myself, and it's a little joke because I like to make jokes, and it says, "I got offered a job at a kaleidoscope company. I'm looking into it."
That's funny.
Fair enough.
Cause yeah, it's a little joke to myself. Cause I mean, when I first realized that I wanted to make these things, I was like, I didn't think of it as a job, and I still don't necessarily think of it as just a job. I think of it as a lifelong art passion that I want to grow with, and I don't think kaleidoscopes are my end all be all as an artist. I think it's a beautiful part of my journey, and I don't think I'll stop making them. But I just know that it's a thing that's part of me now, and I'm happy to have it. So I'm just thankful more so than anything.
Right on, man.
Trying to find a way to
Yeah.
get this to fucking fit right.
Guys, I really want. Oh, beer. Yeah.
Yeah, Jake, go into
I'm
it.
down.
Yeah. Cool.
Do you want to open the other kaleidoscope beer?
We can do that, or we can drink this rainbow nonsense.
We can drink the tricks for kids beer.
Yeah, dude. I
It's
like
the
that
tricks bunny
he's
throwing up.
vomiting into the batch, man.
He ate too many tricks.
Yeah.
He had too many tricks up his sleeve.
It happens
Yikes.
to the best of us.
Yeah.
Yo, this background you got on right now is lit, dude.
Right. I've just gotta like, I've been like
trying,
working
man,
up
I'm
the
trying.
courage to drink this like probably briny absinthe.
Briny, yeah. Pickle
I need
absinthe.
I need to immediately be able to chase it, or I'm going to literally get sick. And so I'm gonna open the Smiggles.
The Smiggles.
Smiggles. It's called Rainbow Smiggles. Look at those bubbles. Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh.
Yikes. It's terrifying.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, this is
This is a dangerously,
definitely rabbit vomit.
I was going to say,
I've
I
seen this
can-
before.
That's like Bugs Bunny Upchuck.
Yeah, Pontoon Brewing. They're from North Georgia. They've been open for probably 7 or 8 years now. Like at this point, right, Brandon?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I remember when they opened. And they're one of those kind of really adventurous breweries that does all sorts of crazy shit. I mean, you can find fucking Skittles and Oreos in the same beer. This might be that, I don't know, but it almost certainly has something to do with Skittles.
What does Austin call them? He calls them hype beer.
Oh yeah, it's certainly in that category.
It's beer that you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna get this just because it's funky as shit. Like,
yeah,
not because I actually intend it to be any good. It's literally just.
It's just yeah. I mean, the brewers are just like, like we should put some candy in there and some cereal, and yeah, that's what they do. They get really high and they pick out the ingredients and they just kind of do it. And sometimes
sounds like every brewer ever.
Yeah. Like sometimes these guys are an extreme of that, and sometimes it's very hit, and sometimes it's very miss. I've had some pontoon beers that I really liked. I've had some others that I really didn't like. So we're gonna find out which category this is. Anyway, it says sour ale with fruit, cereal, rainbow candy, strawberry, pineapple, and vanilla.
Definitely has tricks in it. Definitely uses tricks.
All right. I'm gonna drink my briny absinthe.
Bryanson.
Yeah. Nope.
Was it great, Jake?
Oh, that color is just vile.
Oh Lord.
Brandon,
It's like ruby red grapefruit.
Call yourself.
Boy,
That
yourself, mate.
That looks like ruby red grapefruit.
Yeah.
But
this
that's
definitely
just like,
has rabbit vomit in it. I've seen
All
this
right, I'm
before.
gonna show this off just a bit. I have to cover
Lord.
my face up so you can see this.
What did it say? It said fruit as well.
Yeah,
Candy,
it's
sour.
it's
Definitely
fruit
grapefruit.
candy. and-
Rainbow schmiggles.
Oh,
Cheers.
All
you
right,
got-
wait,
yeah,
we have to cheers.
My bad.
No.
Jake's creating another cheers.
Paint the town with neon lights. Sip cocktails that glow in the night. Raise your glasses. Shimmer and gleam. Here's to a Technicolor dream.
That started off like a rat song called Round and Round.
Yeah.
The neon lights surround us tonight.
Sing the entire song now.
I could play for you on guitar.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I mean, want to. I will not stop you.
It might as well be time to pick out something.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's called Round and Round by Rat. It's 80s.
Well, it's actually, judging by your reaction, I thought I really didn't like it, but actually it's not that Right on, man. Yeah. It's,
I knew right from the beginning.
right on, dude. Yeah. I love it. Yeah. I'm kind of, man, I'm trying to think of.
Foxy Shazam.
Foxy Shazam?
It came to me.
Oh, why were you thinking about Foxy Shazam? You're not allowed to do
Foxy Cleopatra.
that. Do you know that band? They're great.
The hair was reminding me.
Yeah.
Out in the streets.
You have another guitar amp at home?
Me?
Yeah. Like, what's your normal thing?
So I.
Okay, maybe not. Now that I'm,
I for the longest.
it was kind of like a. Maybe that's not. Yours was a little bit different. I was thinking more like. Well, I guess it's even changed since then.
Almost like Zappa. A little more Zappa-like.
He is a strange. They're strange birds.
So at home, I have been running a Boss Katana. Boss Katana is made by Roland.
Yeah. I'm
It's-
familiar, yeah.
Yeah, super versatile, super nice. What happened to mine is that I actually had too much bass presence going through my amplifier, and I blew my speaker.
Oh.
So at the moment, I actually, since I've been making kaleidoscopes and just been furiously like going at them, I haven't, outside of just playing my acoustic guitar or playing through my amp or whatever that I brought with me, I haven't gotten a new guitar yet, but I was running a Boss Katana. I'll probably buy the bigger, better version of the Katana just because it was so versatile and it was so useful.
Yeah.
And like the one that I had was, like, I think a 50 watt, and then the next wattage up also has the effects loop, and then all this other onboard stuff. So I'll probably honestly just do that, and then in the midst of upgrading in that capacity, the next step after that, if I just get one and I want to just play somewhere like go gig or something, I'll probably get a Axe Effects by Fractal Audio or a Kemper.
Yeah, the Kempers are nice. Yeah,
Axe Effects is even better.
Yeah,
Real talk.
I haven't played. I've played plenty of Kemper, but I haven't played Axe Effects. But whatever they're called. I actually have one, not a Kemper, but I have a whatever that type of amp is, modeling amps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a Yamaha modeling amp. I mean, it's pretty. They're pretty nice actually.
I think Yamaha makes great audio.
Yeah.
I can't say that they make the greatest guitar stuff, but like Yamaha, you can trust for like pretty much anything high-end audio.
I forget the
Especially monitors.
I forget the modeling the model number of the one that I have, but for a modeling amp, it's great.
Yeah.
I mean it emulates all of the tubes that you wanted. I mean I say this, but I am actually mainly a tube amp guy.
Yeah. Nice. I like the organic nature of a tube amp. I really do.
I mean I'm
But
about
I just like
99%.
the versatility's sake. And then like this day and age, you can play into your an interface and run guitar rig. As long as you have like enough RAM and enough like processing power, you can really battle the latency issues that were very prevalent like 6 or 7 years ago. And you can pretty much get any tone you want with guitar rig,
if you're playing with pretty good, I mean, if your only ambition is to play with pretty, is to play for yourself, and or to make demos or something, or to just produce stuff from home, then I mean you can absolutely do it just running it straight into a computer with a good pair of headphones and the free shit that some Pro Tools is.
Interfaces
emulates very well.
Interfaces do make a difference though for latency's sake.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Alicia had a question. She said, "It's so relaxing. Someone needs to do a study on what our brains do when we look at kaleidoscopes and use it for therapy or something because it's resonating."
Heck yeah. It's a perspective shift.
And that kind of goes into a question I was going to ask earlier. What role do you believe kaleidoscopes play in stimulating creativity and imagination?
Great question. When things are reflecting and when you see the wall that's in front of you in a kaleidoscope, you see all this geometry happening in front of your eyes, but you can absolutely pinpoint the vertices of each angle. And if you start analyzing it as you go through with your eyes looking into this thing, you will start noticing where things are radially happening. And I think that like there is a very cool thing to be had from radial geometry and seeing things in reflections, because it makes you more aware. Like, for example, you think of a triangle and you think of the 3 points, and you know that if you draw a triangle and then you look at the points and you draw straight lines, you're gonna have this like 60 degree, 60 degree, 60 degree equilateral experience. But like once you've taken a kaleidoscope and you've looked at it long enough, you'll start being able to see the equilateral triangle in places that you didn't necessarily think that you would, just because like you start visually imagining it. And the same thing goes for when you make an isosceles kaleidoscope, and then you start seeing geometry where it reflects in ways that make different shapes, because the angles that you use, each angle has a different reflection quality, and it will actually create different geometry. So one of the most interesting things is your radial symmetry, especially. And one of the things I love about these is that like graphic artists, especially, like for example, like painters or spray painters and stuff like that, they'll look through the kaleidoscope and be like, man, I just got this cool idea for something. And it's like, well, that idea was in you all along, but like, I'm so happy that this kaleidoscopic vision was able to make that simpler. Or like, you can fast track yourself to this radial geometry or sense of symmetry. And outside of like inspiring or like facilitating that aspect of what's going on, I'm very also thankful for being able to share it with other artists that are graphic artists. And then when they get to look through their own art through a different perspective and see their own art in a new way.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what makes...
It came from them, but now it's coming through me, through them.
What separates a kaleidoscope from like a toy? You know, because these originally... Well, these was actually created by accident.
Right. A dude named Robert something, 1834, but I forget the exact numbers.
Was it like... It's kind of a cool last name. It was like Danker or something. It's like some kind of
Daffman or something like that. Like, yeah, you're right.
It was some kind of odd.
Danker.
It was some kind of
Danker. I barely.
Yeah, barely. Yeah, but yeah, like what separate is we said it was accidental, but what separates a kaleidoscope from, or what makes it more of a work of art and less like a toy?
So I think that like something that's a really interesting question. I mean like. What separates from a toy? Because like a toy kaleidoscope, you know, the easy answer there would be probably materials.
Okay.
And like the kinds of materials that are used, there is a high end and a low end to the spectrum. And as you can see, for an example, the exterior of this one is very simple. It's stained glass.
God, the camera did something crazy.
You know, it's stained glass. And it's not really like...
At some point it went down and was looking at this living waters glass for some reason.
Yeah, you can see this one. It's stained glass. It's got this little message on it because this is kind of like a thing I made for myself. But stained glass is beautiful, right? So if you get artisanal stained glass and you're using high quality crystals and you're using things that people don't normally see on the edge of a kaleidoscope as like its thing, that's where it starts getting a little bit more personal and artistic. And for an example, the exterior of mine is jean gray.
Here, I mean, you can hop on this camera if you want to, right here.
Yeah, you can see that the exterior of mine is jean gray.
Wait, from the X-Men?
Reimagined as Phoenix from the X-Men, and some, you know, from what I made.
I fuck with the X-Men.
The way that I made it was kind of like I put this holographic material over jean gray, and then I sourced like what I thought was like the perfect jean gray thing or image, and then when I put it in, I made it so they match up, and when you look at it from the side, it's the same image. So it's like, you know, all art and its value is subjective. The only objective facet of art is how much did your materials cost? People ask you this all the time. How much does it cost you to make that? How long does it take you to make that?
These are fair questions.
And they are fair questions.
And I thought of them.
Right.
You know, I guess it depends on what materials you want to use. It will be and how crazy of a design do you want it to be, or like how complex do you want it to be? Will both increase the value and the cost. Well, the cost and what was the other criteria? Time.
Everyone wants to always know the time and the cost, which is valid, extremely valid questions. But when it comes to art, the one question that people typically forget to ask is, how long did it take you to be able to make that long? How long did it take you to do this and that? Or how many hours did you put in? Because if you tell someone, I've been making kaleidoscopes for a year, they're like, oh, that's not that long. Well, what if I made kaleidoscopes for 10 hours a day every day? Or what if I practiced guitar for 10 hours a day every day, didn't eat enough, and just played guitar all day?
Yeah, the amount of time, like breaking it down to a year doesn't really show. You know, like if I say, oh, I've been playing guitar for 10 years, you know, maybe I went to a guy and took a lesson once a week, and that was the only time I played a guitar. And yeah, technically I've played for 10 years, but actual time I put in probably a 2-week obsessive rant, you could put in more time than I put in a year.
Right. So it all, and I love that. I love that because one of the people that I idolize in guitar playing is George Benson. And one of the most interesting stories about George Benson is that George Benson was given a guitar he wanted to play, and what he did is he played guitar in his room. His mom would feed him, and he did nothing but practice for like 2 years. And the man literally went into the room, a boy, and emerged 2 years later as the George Benson that we know
The
and
fucking
love.
savant.
And
Not
he-
quite, but I mean, obviously he put in the time.
Yeah, but I mean, he put in the hours. He was obsessed, and it's like one of those things is like it's okay to be a little healthy, have a healthy obsession at a craft if you want to achieve, if you want to achieve.
Yeah.
I want to find a way to move
Yeah,
some stuff
I
around
agree.
to where you guys can actually read comments when they come in. It's a delicate balance with multi-screens.
Sometimes those healthy obsessions lead to like hurt relationships and all kinds of things that come along with actively going for stuff. And
Yeah.
it's like a
I feel like a lot of the things that I'm really good at. I had a period of like all-consuming work on it.
Yep, there it is.
yeah.
At some point or another.
Yeah,
Yep,
you
there
gotta
it
get,
is.
You gotta get consumed a little
Right
bit.
up there.
Yeah. Is that us?
That's the Instagram.
Yeah,
Oh,
there.
wait.
I'll
cool.
fix that. I have some modifications to do while you're continuing on. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I don't know. That's like, yeah, that's a good point. I feel like, yeah, there's definitely something to gain from being a little bit unhealthy about the way you're doing something. You know.
And you know what's crazy? It's like I don't know if you would agree, but it's those days that you wake up and you get started on your craft, and then you realize 6 hours later that you haven't eaten, and the only thing that you've eaten today is coffee.
Yeah.
I do that often. I do
I mean,
that often. Sadly.
I do that virtually every day when it comes to. I mean, when it, it's so. I mean, I'm not unaware about it, but
Right, it's conscious,
um,
but like still compulsive.
I usually like the way I am with the guitar shop stuff that I do mainly. The way I'm normally about that is I'll go through like I'll have like I'll get in at like 9 or 10, right? And then I'll generally break at like 3 o'clock, even though I'm only there till 6. You know, like but like I have like a mental agenda of what must get done, and and time is not something that is considered until all of those things are out of the way. Generally.
I
So,
feel
yeah.
I feel like in my development, like there was periods where like I was not eating or sleeping enough, especially when it came to like guitar. Now, through my kaleidoscope journey, it's been a little bit different. I was a little bit more of a mature individual and more so adultish. I'm not gonna call myself an adult yet because I just still a kid. But
Right.
but like more regimented and more better about those things. But guitar was one of those times in my life, especially because I didn't start playing until I was 18 years old, and I picked it up after high school, and for some reason it was the thing that made me just go berserk, and I felt like I needed it more than anything.
Yeah, I worked really hard on guitar in, all through high school, and then played in jazz band in college, and then and then at some point I diverted from caring about that so much, and went down the guitar building, repair path, that kind of thing. I think I was more drawn to the visual side of it, I guess. I mean,
You
although
make beautiful instruments.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's I want to make a lot more, but repair is also something I'm really interested in. those are my, I guess at some point I diverted from just focusing on the music side of it. Although that's still stuff that I'm really into. But yeah, like my main interest is now in the building stuff. But that's been more of like, so like, yeah, guitar, I had a lot of days where I played a whole lot and, was pretty antisocial, like especially in high school, right? And I would get like 6 or 7 hours of, doing whatever I wanted to do. And then like, I feel like when it came to guitar repair stuff, it was also it was a lot like healthier, maybe. Like I did, it would be like an 8-hour day, and it was actually all I was doing once I got into it. Because I like just went and worked for some people, but it'd be like an 8-hour day, and then but I would be learning the whole time, and it would be really interesting, and it's what I wanted to do. And then then I would go home and sleep or play guitar.
Whenever it is that you're doing is still interesting you, and you feel that feeling, you could do it forever.
Yeah.
You could do it all day long.
Yeah, as long as you have as long as the drive that keeps you initially interested is alive in it, then then you can
keep it childlike.
Yeah.
Keep it playful. That's what they say. Don't
Yeah.
It's hard to hear that and be like, oh, everything you do that's work should be play. It's like, no, sometimes you got to make money and eat.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Some people say it's a bad idea to turn a hobby or that you really love into a career because then you'll hate it. But I think that's not really true. Honestly.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, I see my future as something where guitar is involved with kaleidoscopes, and my passion for electronic music is all intertwined. And I don't see why that's not coming up.
I totally know exactly how to do it. We could make a kaleidoscope effects pedal.
Oh, that's sick. We should do that.
It really wouldn't be hard. It really wouldn't be hard. So the thing I need to know actually is if.
Jake, I was thinking about opening Kaleidoscope. Are you still working on
your? I can finish
yours?
this right now.
What do you think, Brandon?
Yeah, no, I'm down. Let's run it. Have you opened one up yet?
I have not.
It's your turn.
So
Jake, tell him.
I usually use my leg for this one, but I'm gonna show you guys one of my favorite tricks. I learned this from a buddy named Walter. And you kind of just have to, I cracked my neck with that one. Nice. But usually I use a leg punch.
Right on, dude.
I hate that I missed it. I hate that I missed it.
I saw it, but I was watching on the stream.
It's on the stream.
It wasn't. Yeah. It was on the secondary cam.
Oh, we'll just have to open up another.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I was gonna ask is if the thing I would need to be able to do it is I would need essentially a cylinder that functions as a kaleidoscope, right? That I would have to have the ability. It would have to be like a tube that allows me to screw onto either side. Make sense?
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be hard to do. I don't think.
Even if you needed it to be custom milled, you could just get a custom.
Yeah,
milled.
well, I'm thinking the cheapest way to do this is to buy. Print? Well, no, I don't have a 3D printer, but you do. Well, yeah, you could 3D print one, and that might be a good way to do it. Although, can your 3D printer print threads pretty well?
It can print them so that they will. It's not going to be watertight, but it can make a thread that would be able to be put on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. It could, because we could then put it on a washer and essentially just super glue the thread to the washer, and then honestly, the new washer is
even the hardware store and solder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's there's a couple, but basically, what we would need to do is we need to make it so that it can spin, right? Because if it can't spin when it comes to the light sensor going through it, you won't get the... Would it need to
spin with a voltage control? Like it's being spun, or would it just need to be able to spin? Because
you could actually go either way. And
you could just use a ball bearing.
Yeah, you could go either way. I think it would be. What I was originally thinking is that it's like a voltage thing, and you have like a potentiometer that controls the speed of the spin, which would essentially be the speed of the patterns, right? and I have no idea what it would do to the effect, but I'm thinking it probably would make a really cool like reverb or something.
Interesting.
I
would love to see that principle put into action. That would be so cool.
It's novelty, but half of the boutique pedals on the market are novelty.
If we make a kaleidoscope pedal,
yeah, well,
that's cool enough. That's cool enough for me, man.
It'd be fun to collab on it, man. I mean, I really like. I mean, I could build the enclosure and the components, and if you supply the kaleidoscope,
I have the scope. You got the
ideal
thing. The pedal stuff.
The ideal thing I think would be to fit it in the smallest. You'd want to use like one of the 2 or 3 inches. It's so that it fits in the standard enclosure without taking up so much space, and that I still have room for components on either side.
Now we would at that point though have to have a little light in there, and then a clear window so that it can be seen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was also thinking that on the other end of the kaleidoscope,
there's no way I'm putting a kaleidoscope inside a thing and then closing it off so it can't be seen.
Exactly. No, I'm thinking you'll be able to see it. Yeah,
that'd be tight.
And,
I'm in.
It might be a good idea to have what's it called in front of the camera?
In front?
Oh no, I left the lens cap. A lens cap. It might be a good idea to have some kind of way of doing a lens cap. So the reason that you definitely wanted to look inside of it too, but the interesting thing is if you were to take it out of the dark enclosure, it would be infected.
That's right. There's no rush either.
The sensor would be affected by the by the environment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Which is a thing too.
Oh, John, what's good, my man? That must be Mr. Freely Flourish, aka John Holloway.
Holloway.
John Holloway. Yes.
Yes, sir. I do it, dude. What's good, John?
Do you like this in the background? Is it okay?
Did you just get in here, or
Yeah, he just popped in. First time chat.
Let's give him a little bit of.
Oh, you want to go to that one?
Let's go to this one real quick.
Let's bring it in.
Let's just give him a little bit.
A little taste, a little whisper.
You might just be seeing a bunch of me. I'm gonna move my head. You know, one thing I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna put a picture on my phone, and I'm gonna put the brightness up, and that way you can see something. But then I'm just gonna give you another little thing to look at.
Sick as fuck with vibes here. W vibes here.
Put my screen out. Yeah, dude, John Holloway is a great friend of mine. We lived together for about for 2 years in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and John has more intel on me than most people I know.
Oh, that gets wild.
That's kind of cool. I wonder how would that work.
So is there a kaleidoscope video that you can play that like triples your kaleidoscope?
Matter of fact, what I'll do here.
You should pull up the stream.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. Do a streamception. Now this
streamception.
This one right here is a visual that I made. And at some point soon, I know we'll pull up the Instagram and kind of show off a few of the videos that are on there.
No, let's do the streamception.
Streamception?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have it ready for my Twitch.
I got
it. You do? Okay.
Yeah.
We can definitely.
It'll be a little bit behind. Thank you.
Don't want to get
Flourish
too
right there.
close. So that is kaleidoscope-ception.
You guys are looking at what
guys.
we're doing. That's what we're doing.
We're doing kaleidosception over here.
There's just so many tiny little nodes. And then just hold on. Fuck.
Like, you're gonna take another video and do it 3 times?
No, I was gonna.
Could you do it 3 times? Oh, hit it with the light thing? Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
let's get this on there for you. Now the light will work when you do it up and down this guy. I'll hit it with the black light. That's the one that really goes
We're just getting in. This
We're
is
just
like.
getting silly in here. Oh gosh, there's so many elements going on. Oh, so bright.
All right, you get the gist. You get the gist. That's
The-
dope as fuck.
the exposure-
Those colors are more realistic than reality. All right, talk about a little bit what this beer is, real quick.
Okay, so this is blueberry lemon sour. It is from Cherry Street Brewery, and it is called Kaleidoscope.
If you want to show it off, this little camera right here that would probably make it a little easier.
Yeah, it says keep it cold, drink it fresh.
5%.
5%er, sour blonde ale with blueberry and lemon. If you've ever wanted to
Lemon.
have a blueberry lemonade beer, you have found it in Kaleidoscope by Cherry Street Brewing. Brewed and canned by Cherry Street North Shore Limited Liability Company in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
137.
Cool.
You know what? I'm actually born in Chattanooga. I'm a raised Nashvilleian. I'm kind of like an imposter when it comes to being a Nashville native, but I do claim it because all my memories are here.
Is it bad that I opened up our gaming profile to watch our profile?
No, that's fine.
Is
I
it?
think that that's actually kind of tight.
Conceptually.
Well, I have, yeah. There's you'll notice there's a couple seconds different from what, what's up here. And anyways, here's that fucking down here. Sorry, I'm being a fucking troglodyte.
Have you ever played with what are those
Yes.
effects that what's that one? You know the effect where like a step filter. Played with a step filter.
Step filter.
It's like basically you play a note, and then the effect pedal plays every note in the scale. So
So I know that Digitech Whammy made a couple different variations on the original whammy pedal that was really just kind of like octaves and harmonies, but then they made this one that was like a D-tuner and it had a bunch of stuff. Would that be considered a step filter?
well, maybe
Because it was building other harmonics.
well, so
in.
basically, a step filter basically you play any note or any chord or whatever, and it based on whatever you play, it plays a series of notes that are like so some like fancy ones have you can set it to set it to an arpeggio, like a certain arpeggio or whatever.
I love arpeggiators.
Yeah, it's essentially that.
Should I play us a tune?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah. Do your thing.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah.
Might not have the background music might be a little clashy.
Oh.
It's okay, I got it.
I'll play my rendition of Turtles. And it's like a happy together.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, right on.
Play a little bit, and keep on talking.
You know, I'm kind of liking this. Like,
Sometimes
No,
I get
so-
the urge. Sometimes I get the urge. I gotta play. It's in my lap.
unrelated. Like, we've had so many cameras for this show.
This
So
has
many
been so
cameras.
much fun. I've never
There's-
seen so many cameras in a podcast.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's
love
so we started
Don't
out
apologize.
with it's over there somewhere. It's over there somewhere. But we had Jake's webcam. It either started off on the phone and literally was like a phone propped up on something, and that was the show. Or, you know, when we moved past that, Jake had a webcam in his old house that burned down. We used that for a bit. It was like just some really bad webcam. You remember it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Speedle or something. It's still over there.
Mm-hmm.
And we eventually moved to like the C920 or whatever, which is like a industry standard for web streaming.
Right.
And slowly but surely, I've added all these cameras, and then I moved up to this. This is a Sony 6400, and I was like, "This is the
Sony's good stuff.
this is this main camera we're on right here. This is what we're seeing, the 6400. It does well, but it's on a tripod. It's limited. If you look under that, you'll see this little green camera, right? The little green light on it, and this is what allows us to. Didn't want that to happen. Let's get that the fuck out of here. But it allows us to do things like that, or, you know, like that.
Oh, it's got like face tracking.
I mean, it can. If you hold up your palm, it sees you. Now you can walk around, stand up, walk around, whatever. It follows you.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah.
But it's
Oh, and this
you know,
background the whole time has been freaking awesome.
yeah, but it's got limitations. So if I wanted to show off that kaleidoscope, it would be pretty difficult. So bringing back this old banger, and you see it's got this green on there.
Yeah.
So
The Logitech, the same company that makes submarine. I'm just kidding.
controllers, yeah, we did an
Dude,
episode about that a while back.
You know-
Submarine controls.
But this
you know
allows.
what's interesting? Go ahead, finish your thought,
I was
Brandon.
gonna say this
all-
allows us to have at some point this was posted up close to us, but it was on green, so it was hidden. You know, the green screen didn't catch it, and that was kind of the thing with that. But it allows us to do things like this and get in close. You know, so if you
when
Yeah,
you were
so-
holding the guitar, I loved that. It
yeah,
was like,
so if you wanted to show off the beer, it's you know it's POV basically. And you guys can kind of check out the setup. It's
Binaural-
hard to see, but
binaural video.
yeah, that's you know it allows
I
us
don't
to
know
do
if
that,
it's-
and
that tracks, but like binaural audio is so cool though. By the way,
we got away from it for a long time, and we're just doing stationary cameras. That was kind of like the move. But I actually
So-
bringing that back for the first time in probably what 6 months, 7 months.
Yeah.
It's been a long
It's
time.
nice, yeah.
We had
Something
actually
that-
like I think we used it for we had a Marvel Comics illustrator on.
no way.
Yeah,
He would
Janet.
have loved the Jean Grey.
Yeah, she would have. She draws Deadpool. Her name is Janet Lee. Very talented.
So cool.
And I think we pulled that out because like Jake sketched a little bit, and we had her add on to it.
Yeah, we did like
and
a
then I
chain
add on.
sketch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. It got really
collab,
bad. Yeah, it was.
Collab with a
Well-
Marvel artist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's fun. Yeah,
so
it's
it's
cool.
like-
we have the drawing somewhere around
That's
here.
cool.
We do. It was-
I think it's like crumpled up somewhere.
It was like Wolverine, and then he went into a tutu, and then he was in like a Western bar.
Yeah.
It was
I liked the one where we had
It's like, where's
Cat-
your glass?
clouds. I hit it. It's in my poncho.
it's in
Does,
his
does it
poncho.
have
The liquid.
the Kaleidoscope in there?
It does not.
Is it gone?
It.
You didn't toast us?
I spilled it secretly.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
I
you
really
know.
did. But I already spilled it on my shirt underneath the poncho because I tried to pick it up into my poncho and then
Oh,
drink.
no.
And then I wanted to drink like this, but I poured it down my shirt and I tried to be cool about it.
Would you like half? Would you like half?
You don't
of
have to
mine?
give me half
I
of
don't-
yours, but we did trade beer earlier, so you can give me a little
let's-
bit if you
let's
want.
share a
Just
little
enough
bit.
that I can have a toast.
Oh no, we'll share it.
Yeah.
For some reason, this whole
Thank you.
thing adjusted.
That's very nice of you.
Sharing
Yeah, I
is
was
caring.
trying.
If you didn't know already, sharing is caring.
I was trying to be cool about it because I didn't think anybody noticed. But then I went and gave away my secret. But that would be but then like lying and saying that I drank the beer
See, there's honor in
without
that
you
lie.
would have been bad.
Exactly.
And and would have actually been worse, I think. So, and besides, after however many episodes, everybody expects me to still.
Yeah, we've got it. We did an episode with a drag photographer, Cody Stalling. He specifically does drag photography. Extremely talented guy. But we opened up a vintage beer.
Oh, it did. It exploded. It was great.
Well, it didn't explode.
okay.
It
It
exploded out of the top of the bottle.
The beer, like the not the cork, the beer itself hit the ceiling.
No way.
It was
it was
that
like
powerful.
It,
It was-
had
yeah.
some serious oomph in there.
No, it really did. I mean,
That vintage oomph that you
I
really
go-
can't get these
yeah.
days.
So
you know what I mean?
those active yeasts, man, they just build up more and more and more pressure. And I mean,
Pull up a cheers.
pretty fucking nuts.
I
pull
was
up
gonna
on
say,
your
does
cheers.
our
I'm
bro,
waiting to drink this boy right
does our
here.
bro Chatty have a little thing to say about this? By the way,
Kaleidoscope, 5%.
I've really been enjoying drinking out of this beer glass because I have pink elephants
delirium.
and a dirty Santa Claus, almost synonymous. Am I right?
Dirty Santa Claus.
Dirty Santa Claus, pink elephant. It's like
What makes a Santa Claus dirty?
Well, you know, like it's got the coal in the bag. Doesn't look like presents.
Delirium's good, man.
So he's giving this. We need the logi on this guy.
Yeah, he definitely is carrying cold.
He's carrying
That's-
coal, so he's a dirty Santa
the
Claus.
delirium
And then
Santa,
the
man.
pink elephant is like the gift exchange.
Okay.
So it's like a
The
cohesive.
pink elephant. I thought it was a white elephant, but kind of.
No, wait, you're right.
It's elephant. It's
I
I
elephant.
was almost there.
You were there. No, we met
Elefante.
halfway.
Elefante.
You know, that's all you can ask these days, right?
All right. What's our cheers, Jake?
A psychedelic toast. Let's make it groovy. Cheers to
Bum,
chippy,
bum, bum,
trippy
bum.
drinks. Tie-dye glasses in the air.
Boogie
Let's
Wonderland.
celebrate without
Dum, bum, bum,
a care.
bum, bum. Let's groove tonight. You know, Earth, Wind, and Fire does it right.
clink.
R.I.P. Maurice.
Wait, do
Jesus.
a lateral.
That was
cheers.
musical.
I want a
That was
lateral-
musical.
Lateral cheers. Lateral. You
What's that?
above.
That might be vertical.
Yes. Wonderful. Vertical. Wait. Oh yeah. Lateral.
Ding
Vertical.
dong.
Horizontal cheers. Everybody does horizontal cheers. Who does
Mm.
vertical cheers?
That's a first for me.
That's
and
good.
I appreciate that. I have not vertically cheers with the bros once in my life yet. So that's a freshie.
Yeah.
So what are some
Only
of
on trade skills, people.
only on trade skills? So what are some of the obstacles that one would come across in building a kaleidoscope? What are some of the issues that come up? You know, going through maybe all of the building and then finding out that it didn't turn out like you liked, or is that something that you look at along the way and then you're like, okay, I want a little more of this, and you can kind of tweak it? What are some obstacles that arise with kaleidoscope building?
Great question. First obstacle that I ran into was to actually be able to get a kaleidoscopic image. And the first thing that you run into is like, you're like, okay, well, it's a mirror system, right? And you think to yourself, do you have to have a mirror? Can you just use something that's shiny and reflective? Is it gonna be the same? Could you use polished metal? Could you
Yeah.
use aluminum foil? I mean, like the possibilities when you're just starting are kind of like it's an endless ocean out there.
And you don't really have a mentor in these kind of things. You're fucking
don't.
winging it.
You-
You're YouTubing and winging it.
There's YouTube videos out there to get you started, but there's not anything out there to get you going. And that's where the trial and error comes in.
Okay.
And it really is a learning process along the way. I'll let you know that the first kaleidoscope that I ever made was out of a toilet paper roll,
Yeah.
some reflective material that I got at a craft store, and a crystal marble that I got at the crystal shop.
Yeah. Well, if you look on YouTube and you look at like some Karen's page, no shade to any of the Karens out there, like, here you want to build a kaleidoscope. You'll need 4 essential items for this.
Right.
You'll need one, and then it'll show like a toilet paper roll, and then it'll show this other, varied things. But it's never somebody like you, like you're much different. I would take your advice over Karen, sorry, I didn't mean for this to focus on me.
Appreciate that, Brandon.
Yeah, I would take your advice over at Karen because I know that she's fucking like again, not throwing shades at Karen, but she's probably putting macaroni noodles on it and using Elmer's glue. Like this is the kind of like, so if you were to pop up and you know, you were like, hey guys, what's going on? My name, you know, I'm going to work this out. We're going to show you guys how to make kaleidoscopes. These are some of the ones that, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, I would trust what you say over at Karen.
That means a lot. It's like a really, really nice compliment.
Is that something that you would like, that you would be interested in? And maybe like,
absolutely.
Like maybe starting up a YouTube or like maybe posting a tutorial somewhere, maybe putting it on Instagram and kind of just like the do's and don'ts of kaleidoscope building.
Yeah. I don't want to gatekeep the information, right? There are trade secrets as to every craft. And an individual, when you're coming into a situation, you know, you don't like, you have these things that you've developed and you think you're special, and everyone thinks this when in their crafts. And, you know, you can attribute that to like individuality and things of that nature. But the truth of the matter is, all information in the world is out there, and we're all sharing it together. And I don't want to be a person that gatekeeps information. However, I also don't want to be the individual that robs you, no pun intended, from your creative journey and experience, because those moments that you have when you are creating and you're figuring things out by trial and error are some of the biggest accomplishments and small wins that provide you the ability to keep the determination level high and get that real sense of, you know, you want to call it a dopamine rush maybe, but like those types of small wins when you are learning are so crucial to developing at a rapid rate, because if you're being spoon-fed everything, you're almost robbed of those small triumphs, and I don't want to do that to an individual. However, I am more than happy to share the art of kaleidoscope and how they're made with anyone and everyone. So starting a YouTube channel where I have the ability to express do's and don'ts and kind of guide, but not necessarily rob you of the small wins when you figure things out, is absolutely all I do.
And the main
That makes sense. Yeah, that's a lot less. Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool.
Like if I was like, hey guys, I'm going to show you how to make my kaleidoscope, and there's some things that I do that is different than just about everyone else in the game at the moment, because I wasn't able to exhibit necessarily quite yet, but this is like a glow-in-the-dark core kaleidoscope, and it actually glows in the dark on the inside. Some of my pendants glow in the dark on the inside and stuff like that. And you know, you take the information that you're given, manipulate it, and you twist it around, like I was saying earlier with those guitar lick principle of creation, and you take that arsenal and then you become your individual self on your creative journey.
I feel like we might have there might be a moment where we can this I don't know. So as somebody that's really fascinated with like guitar building and repair and stuff, all right, so 2 days ago, a really, really cool guitar came into the shop from a builder that I admired, right? And I had the time to, of course, I look at everything just because I want to, like, you know, I just want to see what he's doing, right?
Right. You want to analyze.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll analyze it, but I mean, like, you know, I have the ability to put this back together, right? But I mean, I took the neck off of the fucking thing just to see what his neck joint was like, you know, and to see if he serialized the neck block or not, you know. I mean, it did not need to come off, and it's a pretty big job, but I did it anyway, right? And then I put it back on. Like, so my question is, how would you feel if a kaleidoscope maker who admired your work took one of your kaleidoscopes apart to see what you did differently? And then, I mean, not to copy you, but maybe to put it back.
To learn.
Yeah, just to see what you were doing. Just
he or she wants to learn. And
yeah.
You know, for that's a really great question.
Yeah.
I can't be offended because that isn't that's an inevitable situation, especially if the brand ever grows to a point where
people are curious like that.
Where a lot of people get curious and a lot of people have them in their hands. One person or multiple people will do that. And what I have to say about that is, how could you? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
No, I would say that the truth of that is, and to bring it back to individuality, is that all the guitar licks that you learned can be put in, and all the DJ sequences with the same tracks are so infinite that the beauty of all that is that the art that you make with the knowledge you have is always going to be different than the art that I make with the knowledge that I have.
Right.
Because we are two creatures putting all of this transversive knowledge together in different permutations.
Your own
Something-
individualities are gonna shine through.
Something I've discovered
Always.
with
Always.
So, something I've discovered with the kind of craft stuff that I do is that, there's a lot of, in guitar building there are a lot of people that will not tell you how they do things or what they do, or
Gatekeepers.
There are guys like that. Like in Spain, all of the builders in Spain, if you say you're a builder, they won't show you their shop.
Right.
But a lot of them anyway. In fact, out of some of the guys that were nicer, their advice was like, yeah, dude, if you go to a shop, just say you're a guitar player and you'd love to see how it's made, but you don't know anything about it. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a much more competitive thing out there. Or at least locally over there. I don't know. For me, I feel like even this builder that I admire, whose guitar I unnecessarily took apart just to look at, which.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's alive.
Not that it matters. Not that it matters. I'm just saying.
If I knew everything that he did, if I would have absolutely no ambition to copy him. Mostly I was interested in the scientific aspects, I guess, really.
Maybe that knowledge that you get from there sparks a new idea.
Yeah, it's just, I'm a bit fascinated with, I'm really into the physics of the sound quite a bit, on acoustic instruments, and I also just, I don't know. So, I guess like what I'm saying is like if somebody took one of my guitars apart, for example, it would only bother me if they knew how I did what I did, if they blatantly copied me.
Right.
That I think that's offensive if you take somebody's design and exactly copy it.
Right.
An example being like the builders out of China that sell fake Gibsons. That's now, and I'm not sticking up for Gibson because fuck Gibson, honestly.
Samsung
Ooh,
Apple.
shots.
Samsung
Shots
Apple.
fired.
Seriously.
Shots fired.
I'll tell
Samsung
you,
Apple, right?
I'll tell you why
like-
though. Gibson historically, and especially recently, in the last like several years, they bully smaller companies. Like if an independent builder builds some version of a flying V shape, Gibson will seriously fucking sue you.
Right,
And
kind of like this day and age.
There's 1,000 guys that build Stratocaster shapes.
Right.
You're not putting Fender on the headstock.
Right.
I don't think the Flying V is proprietary today. Compared, in the same way that a Stratocaster or a Telecaster isn't. Right? Anyway, yeah, Gibson baselessly sues people, so fuck those guys. But I still don't think it's okay for somebody in China or wherever, for somebody anywhere, to build a guitar and make it look as close to a Gibson as possible and put Gibson on the headstock and sell it as a Gibson.
Well, that's
right?
funny you mentioned that because
Yeah.
I also think that there's kaleidoscope makers out there that China has in some capacities figured out some of the designs that are kind of similar to what myself and other kaleidoscope makers that have this kind of light penetration facet going on. And then there's also people over here that will take that and And then I've even seen it as far as finding that product that's similar and then drop shipping that product under their name and calling it their Kaleidoscope when it's not even being made by them, but it's like brandable because it's like it. And that with me, that doesn't sit well with me as an artist. Like, I would much rather have a scenario where like I taught an apprentice to make something and they can execute the same idea under the name, as opposed to using another country's labor force that is obviously not being paid values as well to market something for monetary value. Is it a good entrepreneurial move? Yeah, but like that blends the whole battle of what is right, what is wrong, and that's so subjective.
You know, I guess one of the interesting things when art becomes living, which I mean, I don't believe that it's a bad thing. Like, so many people will say, you know, don't turn your art into, you know, a full-time job because then it just becomes work. I don't agree with that. But you know, maybe because I've done that a little bit. Like, I mean, I've taken the stuff that I really wanted to do and I've turned it into work. And but it hasn't made me love what I do any less. If anything, I love it more.
Yeah. I never turned guitar into a living. I had rock and roll dreams, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
And I wanted to be, you know, a #1 guitar player for a cool rock band and do the whole rock dream. And I never monetized that. Kaleidoscopes were something that it's a product and it's tangible. I was searching for a way to express myself, but be able to give it to someone and not necessarily have to have them sit down and listen to it for an hour.
Yeah, well, it's certainly way more sellable than a song is, right?
Especially this day and age.
Yeah,
especially this day and age.
I guess what I was gonna say is it's kind of interesting that you know, the facet that, you know, that economics add to this kind of, you know, add to an artistic thing. Like, if you do turn it into a living, there is the potential that somebody steals your work or whatever. And I mean, it, you know, I don't know, or other things that I don't think about, you know.
Yeah,
like,
and I think the key to that is to, like Wayne Gretzky said, you know, it's not where the puck is, where's the puck gonna be.
Yeah, it's just interesting.
Keep the innovation alive and keep going for things that push the envelopes, and don't get too comfortable where you are, because you need to push yourself constantly because you're an ever-growing creature.
Yeah.
And
but I mean,
push the envelope.
I mean, there's certainly lots of things that I'm absolutely okay with stealing. Like, when it comes to, well, so I steal jigs all the time. Like, I did it a few weeks ago. Like, I steal designs for.
You're saving time.
Well,
a jig saves time.
Yeah. I mean, you understand my idea of a jig. I mean, you probably have some sort of jig that you use for your stuff.
Yeah. Very rudimentary style jigs, but they are effective.
Things that allow you to
do things faster.
Things that allow you
more articulate and
and
consistent.
I saw this really clever jig, right? This guy made, and you know, it's really popular in the guitar community right now, like for techs. And I was like, wow, that's very cool. I would love one of these. And you know, I'm looking at it, and it's like a $600 price tag for the thing. I mean, it's very nice and it's worth every penny, I think. But I mean, you know, I didn't have the money to do it, so I figured out a way to basically make almost exactly the same thing for like $100.
Right.
And I mean, it's like, even with a metal frame and everything, I mean, it's just as durable. But I mean, there are advantages of the other one. One, I put like 30 fucking hours into figuring this out, and if I had spent that time doing something else, I could have just bought other thing. You know, of course now I can, you know, make like 6 of them.
But then you also got that little personal triumph.
Yeah, but like, I mean, yeah. I mean, of course, if I had messaged him and be like, hey, can you show me how to make this? He'd have probably been like, well, you know, it'll cost you, you should just buy one, you know?
Right. If the Chinese factory that made the cardboard kaleidoscope that I bought at the thrift store was mad that my friend broke it, and I assessed it and then emulated it immediately.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's part of
Part and parcel.
part of the
Well,
parcel.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think with that, like I think with copying stuff that you see, I think it's bad when when you sell a direct copy, and and say that it's your original idea, right? That's I guess that's out of everything that I've said, that's sort of the point that I've kind of been working up to. Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't really care that much if somebody if somebody were to blatantly copy what I do. I mean, if I were building I don't know. I guess once if I make something, I'm done with it, forever.
Yeah. You said it on a previous episode that basically you don't want to kind of keep repeating stuff. You don't want to. You want people, whenever they see your work, that they're going to be like, "Oh, that's Jake's work. I recognize that." But you don't want any one piece to look exactly like the other.
I mean, I've been.
You don't want to become a factory where you're just pounding out the same fucking shit over and over again.
I have.
That's soul crushing.
And that is kind of my. That is the. So the little discoveries are kind of what keeps a lot of this stuff alive for me. Which is interesting. I mean. Yeah, you've definitely brought a lot of that. I
kind of wanted to talk about technology advancing a lot. I mean, we've been using ChatGPT. We've been kaleidoscopes are kind of an old technology. In 2016, it hit its 200-year mark. Where do you see the advances in technology? How do you see that affecting kaleidoscopes, or do you see it affecting it? Because I mean, essentially, it's very simple.
I have a question too.
Very simple things, very simple items, it's mirrors, it's light. I mean, mind you, I'm not going to say I understand kaleidoscopes completely. I understand it's mirrors and light. But will technology and the advancing of technology and man, or has it improved kaleidoscopes?
Absolutely.
Would you say a kaleidoscope from 100 years ago is not as good as one from current?
Yeah, absolutely. A kaleidoscope 100 years ago couldn't even go to bat with a kaleidoscope that's made today. And it really boils down to optic qualities, you have what they call canine crystals, and the ability to get crystals that are optically clear. You didn't have really the ability to get them in the way that you do now, and they're not manufactured in the way that they are now.
Right.
And the quality of what a mirror is, a mirror started off as a reflection in water.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we realized as humans that we could take sand and smelt it down and get pure silicates and then throw silver on and other bonding elements. So the ability to make higher quality mirrors with more reflection is only getting better. So I foresee in time there'll be at some point a new development in mirrors, and mirrors will get better, and then right along tangentially with that, the kaleidoscope will get better again.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So kaleidoscopes kind of function on light coming through them. Sorry, I keep grabbing your thing up here. Very phallic thing here. But kind of the cool thing about them is that it gets light, natural light, or artificial light. It gets all light, and it does what it do within the chamber. But with technology advancing and things, LEDs and all of this stuff getting even smaller, I could see people having micro LEDs and solar panels built into these, to where you could have, full on crazy this is already insane. This looks like some kind of Portuguese mosaic. Just looking at the screen, this is insane.
With the background,
looking purely at that, because it's not super bright, but
Yeah, no, but I totally know what you mean. And then you look over just a little bit, and you get
completely.
And you get the RGB.
So I was thinking about technology and how it's advancing, and how is that going to affect something that has been around since 1816 accidentally, but been around for over 200 years.
Absolutely, and you can better believe that I think this might be a good time to actually take a look at the Instagram page.
Yeah,
Because
we can
that'll
do that.
actually be a good way to. I am using some technology in mine, and it'll be able to show a little bit more of that. A little more of that.
While we're on the scientific advancements topic, I have a potentially silly question.
I love silly questions. I love getting silly.
But it's also an
answers.
interesting question, I think. And okay, so if you can you imagine it being possible that you could take something like a very powerful telescope, like the Hubble telescope, and convert it into a kaleidoscope so that you have that same like distance seeing, but in kaleidoscopic focus?
Absolutely, I believe.
And that would that? And why are we not looking?
The kaleidoscope.
Galactoscope. Why are we not doing that? Like, why aren't we looking at a deep space with a kaleidoscope lens?
People like you with those ideas are the ones responsible for making them. And the truth is, if you can think it, but you can't execute, it's time to practice.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you have the idea, but you don't know how to pull it off yet, then you got to figure it out.
One cool thing about art is that, like, an artist will make something or this and that, and then people have all these inputs, and it's so cool because, like, some ideas come from within, some ideas come in from your brothers and sisters, and like, it's just, it boils down to like most things have been thought of, but like only a handful go into the I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen mode.
Yeah. Totally.
And that's what I love about pushing yourself to innovate, is that, like, some people who innovate the most incredible things in this world, maybe that idea wasn't even theirs. It was their neighbors while they were mowing the grass.
Yeah,
and they came over and said, "Hey, have you ever thought about this?" And they're like, "Oh my gosh,
I mean,
you're right."
Yeah.
But then the neighbor that mows the grass, he or she doesn't do that.
Well, I mean, like, I'm just thinking of like the turn of the 20th century, like, Edison invents DC current, and then Tesla's just like, dude, you know what would be great? AC current.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Let's make those go like this, as opposed to this.
Yeah, totally. Change the whole fucking world. I mean, but he was essentially expanding on somebody else's good idea.
Yeah, and then you come up with an idea like that's so good, and you get killed.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, actually, dude,
you get offed.
I read a book a lot like this, like, dude, whoever invented fire was probably burned at the stake. I mean, whoever invented the wheel was probably broken on the rack. I mean, like, really, like, they inventors are persecuted.
Yeah, let's show that one that you have the mouse.
This one?
The mouse on.
This one right here?
The one in the middle.
Okay.
Because this is a perfect example of. Let's see here. This is a perfect example of technology being blended with something that is age old, and so 200 years ago, no one had ever seen like visuals.
You're doing this kind of.
Oh, you have it on there, don't you?
I've got it here. I've got it over here too.
I'm looking at the one on the left, and I see my head in front of it, but you have it right there.
Yeah, man.
Dude, you're killing it, Brandon. This
is what people are seeing. This is what I have primed up. So when it goes back to us, I can.
And then some people can run a podcast with efficiency.
Brandon's gotten pretty good at the juggling all the cameras, man.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't know about all that, but I try.
It's what
it does. It's like, it's kind of like with your, kaleidoscope building. It's like finding little things and then like fucking up on it and being like, okay, where did I fuck up? Okay, now that I've learned about this, I'm never gonna fuck up on this again. And just kind of like little, slow, steady changes that eventually lead to excellence. Which I wouldn't call this show excellence, but it's getting there.
Well, I have a few things to say on that subject. I mean, this is actually something that I think about all the time. Honestly, is the getting from beginner to expert at something. And something that a lot of people have told me is that, like, you know, that the masters made the same mistakes as the apprentice hundreds of times.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I
Even take this
think-
motherfucker in.
Well,
Michelangelo right here. He fucked up all
I
the
know,
time.
but like
Another Renaissance
there's,
man.
There's
Yeah,
an
man.
opposite. There's an opposite version of that I also like, in that it's kind of like, I mean, you know, for a long time you can take that initial statement as sort of a cop out. Like you can say, well, I'm still learning, but one of the things that really pushed me, like probably the greatest like thing that I internalized that pushed me to get better at stuff was somebody told me that, you know, at some point, if you're ever going to be a master, you have to start doing the work that a master does. Meaning eventually you have to do work that is considered master level quality, and it probably isn't going to happen overnight. But like, you know, but eventually you have to. I mean, at some point you have to do it.
But there's always another ceiling.
But yeah, well, my point is it did get me to a mentality where it's just like absolutely no excuses. You know, do the best fucking thing that can be done, and if I can't do it, then, you know, I mean, then I have nobody to blame but myself, I guess. And I mean, which is being harsh, but you know, and honestly, I was never really that hard on myself. I mean, I can still, I can fuck up a lot and still sleep at night, you know. But like
That's a skill too.
Yeah, but like still, like I had, I mean, for a while, like when I was first getting into a craft, you know, one of the first sayings that I heard was, masters made the mistakes of the apprentice 1,000 times, right? But that honestly, I feel like that mentality held me back more than it helped me. And I mean, it made me not quit initially because I was like, because at least, I mean, I knew that that mistakes were going to happen and that I had to learn from them. You know, so if it did anything, it made me not quit. But then when I was too far in to quit, what actually made me learn was the reverse almost. That's like, you know, that you have to start doing the work of somebody that's an expert to be an expert. I don't know. You've got me thinking a little in the philosophy of some of this stuff. You know, of the philosophy of being a craft person in general. It's interesting stuff. I think about it all the time.
Oh, I see your little phrase in there. You can.
Can.
Is that your big boy?
Yeah, that's my big boy.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And I've put the words "you can" in a couple different kaleidoscopes.
that's cool.
Not every single one, but what you're looking at right now in that image that's lit
What's this
up.
tool that you're using?
So those are LEDs. Those are
Oh,
backlight
okay.
LEDs. And I don't know if I have a video on my Instagram, but I have put LED strips in there and sequenced them as well before, just for effect. But I haven't put one in internally yet, and it's not because I can't. It's just that, you know, the journey.
Yeah. I would imagine it'd be kind of annoying. Like they wouldn't need a lot of power, but probably a small portion of this would need to have some kind of micro. You would need to do some soldering, and you would have to have some kind of micro solar panel on at least one part of this, to where you wouldn't have to actually constantly plug it up and charge it.
Right.
That when you're outside, you're at one of your events, you know, and then somebody's looking through it, it's just constantly charging while it's reading what's on the outside and using the lights to
Man, I bet you could
augment
use,
to enhance.
I bet because it's essentially like, I mean, I bet you would need so little light from.
Let's keep
from
going
it,
down
though,
for a
that-
second.
No, man, this is us. This is us right here.
Oh,
Check
yeah.
it out.
This is like a little Da Vinci's go. This is
Thanks for
like
the-
I made this right before I left because I wanted to see if I
yeah,
can get some people in here.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it, by the way. That's honestly.
Some people
a
are
lot of-
lurkers as well. They just kind of hang out. They don't
Well-
say anything, but they pop in.
Or they don't have a Twitch account, so they're just like watching, but they can't really comment.
Yeah.
Speaking of resonance and
This?
stuff, the one in the middle with the handpan.
Okay.
Talk about an amazing instrument that literally
Yeah, they're
embodies so many concepts that are so like similar
cool,
as a
yeah.
guitar, because those things have like, they have literally like overtones, harmonics. You can
I've seen
lightly put your finger on one and literally like get a harmonic out, and then go 90 degrees to the other side of the ellipse and do the same thing and get a different harmonic. It was built off the idea of the Jamaican steel drum,
Yeah.
but then this guy learned how to put all these different notes and scales and a combination of keys into these things, and it's just that's my boy's birthday. That's Aram Kumali.
Yeah, I see
I
this.
mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
If you see his on there, you see his tag Kumali. Definitely give him a follow too. It's one of my favorite individuals I've ever met. A huge inspiration. And I would not be the creator I am right now if I hadn't gotten the encouragement from that individual.
Rob, on the topic of musical instruments, also yes, shout out Aram. He is a very cool guy. But
It's me being
Is this kaleidoscope
that's
related?
me- a little bit. It's me being
Okay,
debaucherous.
okay. Very nice.
Oh, that's the big boy.
Oh, that's cool.
Wah.
I was gonna ask. No.
This is the New York. This is the not New York,
On the topic
Nashville
of
fireworks.
niche musical instruments, you want to see my musical Tesla coil?
I was thinking of a Tesla coil through a kaleidoscope.
Oh wow.
Do you want to do it real fast? It's my low powered one, man. It can be right here. It won't cause any problem.
I am so down.
Trust me.
I'm so.
It's
into
just
that.
the noise. I mean, I'm
I've
saying
never seen
yes.
it. I've never seen a Tesla coil.
I
like
just
we'll do
I'm
it
worried
relatively
about the noise is so annoying.
Don't worry. All right. We're not gonna do the loud version.
Are you gonna play? Are we gonna play Toto's Africa through it?
Okay.
I've
Can.
seen. Oh, can I play? That's my favorite Leonardo da Vinci
Which
quote.
one?
The
Left,
on the
right,
left.
middle?
The love is universal. So that's it with just a little lamp on it.
So
And it says that quote, you know? This
So
is so
that-
cool. Did you make this?
I've modified them, but because I didn't know how to wire a Bluetooth connector to one, so
Well, this is cool as hell.
yeah, it's
I
fucking
didn't
badass.
Can you okay, can you maybe not tonight, but could you play the output of my guitar
Through
through
this,
one,
yeah, you can do that.
and then play like I think I have a preamp out.
Yeah, you can do a lot of crazy shit with that. I fucked around with that quite a bit, actually.
That's so cool. That's a treat. I did not expect to get that one tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
Just DC powered. Wow, that's so fucking cool.
Just make sure it's not gonna blow up. Okay, so Rob,
What are you
you're gonna
plugging it
move-
into? Oh, that back.
You're gonna want to move your phone definitely.
Yeah, I always worry about this thing.
No, it's really not. It has a range of about here, but if you get your,
put the mic
if
a
you
little bit
don't
forward.
get your, yeah, I don't think it's gonna harm the mics. I don't think it's. I mean, even, I mean, this is out of range and that's out of range.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, but
As long as it's out.
I just don't put your phone like right here.
Put it on
is
my
what
tongue.
I'm saying. You can do that. No, really, it honestly won't hurt you. Well, actually, so when these,
This is the coolest podcast ever.
so
It's so gassy.
So, and sorry for the noise, guys. That's what I said I wouldn't do,
It's okay.
but then I did it anyway. That's so the cool shit about that though, like the arcs, they you won't really feel pain because it burns off your nerve endings.
Oh, heard.
So it does. I mean, you'll feel.
It hurts you, but you don't
So
feel
if
it.
you
Yes.
do it, if you do it long enough, you'll actually get like weird muscle spasms.
Kind
It's
of like a
because of your-
toxic relationship.
Yeah, exactly like
Very
that.
similar to a
Which are
very
the best
toxic
kinds of
relationship.
relationships. um,
Shout out to all the toxic relationships. You make us who we are. Thank you.
check this shit out. So, play it through a synthesizer. It's a little bit finicky.
That's the
Actually, so the
sound.
capacitors sort of have to charge. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We're gonna play one that's a little bit less. No. We're a little bit limited by the length of the cable here.
I'll hold.
So fucking cursed.
Okay, I'm not gonna get in the range with a metal
I know,
kaleidoscope
right?
to my
Oh,
eye.
it actually, I don't think.
Can it conduct?
Let me see.
Well, let's not hurt
It won't,
yourselves.
no,
He's like, let's
look,
also not put my.
seriously, it won't hurt you.
I mean, the beauty of these is that I can make it, but I can't make another one of your eyes for you yet.
That's true.
I'll build you kaleidoscope eyes, Jake.
That would be
Get in
insane.
here, get some tingles.
Oh gosh, that's so interesting. I felt that though.
Yeah, you'll feel it.
It's hot.
It's
It
got a
is.
little warmth to it. Yeah, we just burned our nerve endings.
No, it honestly, they have to be a lot more powerful to really do that. I'm exaggerating, but that is what happens with powerful Tesla coils. And something interesting that I learned is it can play music and it sounds cursed. Like,
Yeah.
you can hear a human voice, which is fucking spooky. So, let's see.
What
I
about
started I started a thing of like things that just sound cursed to the Tesla coil on my Spotify. So like, tell me what you hear here. It's not a song, really. You hear church bells?
Well, with no reference.
Play something a little more.
This is church bells.
Your dad's watching currently.
Now I hear church bells, but it's that phenomenon when you're told something that, that you actually hear it.
Well, here,
know
you
what
might
I mean?
recognize this song.
You hear it because they told you hear it.
Tell me when you know it. Shit, I overpowered it.
You done goof, sir.
Can you play What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers?
That does have some nice funk to it.
That one's spooky. The Graham Parsons song. We'll try it. Not
What a Fool
everything works
Believes?
on it, but hear the voice.
What is that?
Turn the greatest angel.
Okay, so I think I would need to hear a song that I'm familiar with. Because I'm not necessarily familiar with that song.
Yeah.
What about Rosanna by Toto? It's got a killer drum groove.
That might work. Sometimes this Tesla coil only picks up square wave, so
Okay.
it's a little bit limited. So some songs it works really well with, some not at all. Is what I've learned.
What are we listening to?
Rosanna. It's kind of interesting if you.
Well, I'm delighted because I've never seen a Tesla coil.
Did you look at it through?
I did. You want to put it?
It's probably so the lights coming out is probably so minor that
But we can say we did it. We'll probably be the first
Yeah,
people
yeah.
in history.
All right. So if you actually play something that's entirely in square wave, you get something kind of cool though.
Here, let's get a little. I'm gonna put it right here, and you get it on. You saw it first on Trade Skills, guys. This is a Tesla coil through a kaleidoscope. Probably a world
Oh wait,
first.
hang on. A little more.
oh sorry, I was
Not power.
That's wild.
Yeah. Let's look up what's it called.
Now I can hear the harmony now.
Yeah, it takes a bit. Do something so iconic, like
I'm
Bohemian
looking-
Rhapsody.
I'm trying to find. This might work.
Something that would utilize square waves.
I'm trying to find that.
Are you looking at your?
My mom's watching. She said, "This sort of scares me."
Yeah. Oh, I found it. Here we go.
I didn't see that. Oh, she texted you that. Oh, okay. I wasn't seeing it in the chat.
There we go. That's all square wave. Yeah, it's kind of badass.
What is that?
These are all 8-bit stuff, so it's square wave.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Anything
hey. You
8-bit.
I know you like Daft Punk. I seen it on your page.
Oh yeah, I love Daft Punk.
Daft Punk would probably be pretty dope.
Yeah, it would.
Let's try it.
Can I pick a song?
Yeah. It may or may not work.
It's
But
just straight up Zelda.
yeah. Guys, I'm gonna open Blackberry Farms Ox Art. Okay?
Yeah.
Run it.
Stop. And we're gonna drink it.
Okay, this one's Christian Dolls. I'm gonna put.
Okay, pour yourselves up, yeah?
All right, I have an idea.
Wonder how conductive
Do,
this is. So it won't travel the length of the kaleidoscope.
but like,
It's copper though. Underneath that solder is copper.
yeah, you probably, Jake,
So you
shouldn't.
don't want to put it up to your eye.
Only reason I'm saying is because like if it were to damage something in there,
In this.
you would feel bad.
No, it wouldn't.
It
It can't.
It couldn't, yeah. That would,
Thank
I would
you,
think.
though.
Yeah. That is nice. But, yeah. I don't know. This I've fucked around with this thing for a couple of months.
So
I've never
I
been
just
into it
looked
for-
up 8-bit Daft Punk, and I have found
Oh, no kidding.
all of the 8-bit Daft Punk, and I'm gonna do Digital Love.
Hopefully that works. You hear a lot more of it, for sure.
No, it's probably gonna need something more like
Melodic.
One More Time.
You hear it there, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. So these make music through these make music through the basically what's happening is what we're hearing is the ions breaking apart in the air.
Creating sound waves.
And this is like, yeah, precisely. And so this is
I'm gonna take a video of this. I have to.
this is a very simple. This is a very simple Tesla scope. Yeah. Pretty fucking cool. Brandon, pour yourself some beer in front of you.
Wow, that is so interesting.
All right. You want to see something even cooler? Potentially. So when you take a more powerful Tesla scope, Tesla coil,
Elon, you heard it first.
Tesla scope?
We're working together very soon.
The Tesla
Yeah.
scope.
You just
Tesla
hit me
scope.
up. You just hit me up. We'll make the Tesla scope.
That's gonna
Okay.
be the Hubble kaleidoscope viewing technology there. It's gonna be beautiful.
Yeah, the Tesla scope is the first
Yeah,
Hubble
Tesla scope, dude.
Hubble scope. We're looking at the galaxy. We're looking at Mars with
Let's
a
go
with a
look at that.
giant kaleidoscope telescope.
Just may not power it.
Galileo would be proud.
Could you take kind of similar to how they had you've seen like Pineapple Express, right?
Oh, love it.
Right. You remember the joint they had on that? and it had like the trifecta
Guys,
that goes
this-
into the
this one
one.
is safe
Could
to
you do
touch.
that with light and multiple kaleidoscopes getting stuff from multiple angles coming into one?
You know, as long as you made it, like, could you do that with a 90-degree, like a cross joint?
Yeah, kind of how
No.
people have those things that they
But
can
if
view
you
through
did
and it
it-
goes up and over
But if you
using
did
mirrors,
it
right?
angular, where you could still look and peer into those things,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That'd be dope.
Yeah, you know, and those.
It sounds like just a bitch to make.
That's
Logistically, it sounds like a.
precisely what it would
Yeah.
be. But is it possible?
Would it be probably the only one? Probably.
Oh,
This
for
doesn't have enough
sure.
power. I have another.
What does it take? How much?
All right, so I'm gonna pour up. You want me to go ahead and pour you some?
Sure.
And then I'll talk about the beer a bit.
This is incredible, though.
Okay, so
I love this twisted turn that you've taken.
Yeah.
we do
It's
How
not twisted.
how it relates to kaleidoscopes, I don't know.
Well, it's we were on the
You know, you
we
put
were
a
on the
co-
topic of musical instruments and how those are.
you view anything with a kaleidoscope and it becomes kaleidoscopic.
It comes kaleidoscopic.
That is. the coolest
All right, so this is our beer. This is Blackberry Farm Brewery. It's called Oxheart, and it's an imperial stout. I'm trying to get this.
Before I plug this one in, this one is safe to touch. This one is not.
It's
safe
an
to
imperial
What's the
stout.
radius on this bad boy?
touch. I don't know.
I'm going to show that off to you guys a little
There we
bit. It says, "Behold."
Oh, fuck. God damn it. All right.
Not safe to touch.
Well, it's not really safe.
It says,
You'll burn yourself for sure.
"Bold and dark as the moonless Appalachian winter night." Hold on, Jake. We can't actually play that because
Hang on. Don't worry. I just need it.
I just don't want it like by my microphone.
This has less range than that does.
Oh, okay.
It's just not safe
So,
to touch.
Oxheart Imperial Stout features Maris Otter 2 row barley, as well as a generous portions of roasted and caramelized malts. This robust grain bill imparts deeply rich aromas and flavors of dark fruit, chocolate, caramel, and roasted coffee. Hearty additions of European and American hops bring the moderate bitterness to a balanced mountainous malt character. The result is a bold, complex stout you can enjoy fresh or age for many moons. It's 10%, and you said you knew somebody from Blackberry Farms, correct?
I do. Matter
Mark?
Of fact, it was a Matt. It was
Matt.
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 Me and-
M-A-T-T, Matt.
Me and Matt enjoyed a few brews together at the Vinyl Lounge in East Nashville like 2 years ago, and
Good old Matt.
what a great guy, awesome person. We like to talk. We talked about art. We talked about that. Look at the foam in my beer. Is that a product of the Telescope, or is that just the product of the glass?
Mine's doing something different but similar. That it looks
That's
very
kinda cool.
kaleidoscopic.
It doesn't not
This is what happened to
actually.
you. Yeah. So
That does though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you guys seeing this?
that's kind of cool, man.
That's unreal. That's so
fucking
cool.
Guys,
Did we just
Into
figure out
the
like
beer.
While we're
some
a
kind of
little on the-
strange dynamic of?
oh shit. Actually, that does have a pretty decent range,
Oh, that's so cool.
isn't it?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I love
Actually-
technology.
It'll do full size. Like it will do a full size light bulb. Like it, I mean, I don't have one in here, but I mean, it will. I say that, but this one's useless.
You want to go over the butt of it?
Can you hold
Does it
this
matter?
for a moment and I'll show
I
you?
got it in my hand.
Yeah, cool.
What
So
is
it needs
playing
something with
currently on
gas in it.
YouTube?
So fluorescent bulbs.
What is playing? Where's this coming from?
Oh, sorry. That's actually the coil. That's all electricity, by the way. I didn't mean to do that, but the interesting thing about this kind of Tesla coil is because basically you have columns of wire wrapped around this tower. Basically, it takes away it takes away the limitation of this of only being able to play square wave.
Yeah, so full
So
harmonic
it's full on audio entirely through
electricity.
electricity.
Wow.
So which is a little bit spooky. Like just electricity, no speaker.
We're about to get hit with a DMC strike.
Wow.
Kind of fucking cool, right? Yeah.
No, very cool.
Kind of is not even the word. It's like it's literally awe-inspiring.
Yeah. Well,
And the thing is, right now I can hear the electrical current from
this is
the
like to me,
120 outlet.
Yeah.
Which hums at a 60 cycles. I think 60 cycles per second.
I need a fluorescent bulb. It does fluorescent very well. Well, I don't guess it matters. It would fully light up. It would light up a fluorescent bulb.
What about my
literally
what
all
about
day.
my UV? What about my UV flashlight?
Yeah, you can try it. It might work. What you need is fluorescents work because they have a gas in the bulb.
But the thing is, this housing's metal. I don't want to get too close.
Yeah,
to it.
yeah, that's probably a wiser decision.
I'll be honest. I don't want to push the scientific limits.
I think it's broken, but yes.
So
It
the
has
fact
been
that this
found.
beer did do that weird thing though was so cool.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
don't know if that was happenstance or if
it's-
that
it's-
was meant to be or what. But
it's been documented.
I'm very thankful for that. That's cool.
Try to find a good spot.
This
Everything's
may
just
work. I think I blew out the elements doing this thing on the Tesla. Oh yeah, check it out. Isn't that badass?
Did you take that out of the
It
bathroom?
doesn't work in the bathroom. Kind of cool, huh?
Yeah, put it a little closer.
It's not gonna.
My microphone picking it up. I can hear it in my headphones.
Yeah, it's
It's actually you're picking up the fan. There's a fan. This is a very bright, very powerful coil, so it generates a lot of heat. So you have to have the
Yeah, look at the field though. That is
pretty good.
rather interesting.
But yeah, you don't feel any. I mean, it doesn't arc that far. It'll power anything that far. Actually, I think you can charge your phone. Which is kind of, but don't get it that close.
Yeah, right.
Because I also worry about it doing other things. I did notice-
blowing up your lithium ion.
Yeah, it could do that maybe. Kinda,
Well, you need a steady 1.5 or
obviously, when we're
5
talking
watt
Christmas lights.
charger, depending on what kind of thing you're doing.
Actually, if you get about this close, you can really feel the heat. Like feel it. Right there, it's just warmth. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna veer from touching it, but
Yeah.
that is.
He
so
says,
cool.
I'm gonna hard pass.
Probably this is very hot. The orb isn't, but the spike probably is.
Yeah, I
It's like
believe
turning
it.
black.
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
This one doesn't get hot at all, but
Right,
this
right.
one usually does.
dude, those are so freaking cool.
Yeah, man.
Like, I would like to play with that another time.
Yeah, well, this one can be had for like $40 on Amazon.
I'm gonna buy one.
Yeah, I'll
For
send you the link
sure.
later. And then just get like a synthesizer on your phone and connect to the Bluetooth on it.
I'll play another quick tune.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go
let's
ahead,
cheer.
man.
Let's cheers a beer. Let's taste this danker, and then we'll get into the beer or your drink. Sorry.
I'm gonna play you guys some Phantom of the Opera.
Cool. Got it.
Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Right on.
One of
Or
my
your
favorite-
fine horses now. Raise up your hands to the level of your eyes.
You want to cheers the beer first?
We did.
We just did. Yeah. We didn't do a speech this time.
just a little tunage here and there.
Yeah, why
I'm
not?
a-
Yeah. Right. Got it.
I like to play little like chord melody versions of songs because you can vamp them for 2 hours or you can play them for 2 minutes.
Mhm.
You know, and it's like one of those situations where like if you have a loop pedal involved, then you're like, oh snap, I can play this whole phrase solo of it for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Play another phrase solo for 30 minutes, and next thing you know, you can perform a 3-hour set off of 3 songs,
Right. Yeah, totally, man.
like coffee shop wise or something.
Yeah.
What's the next step as a kaleidoscope maker? Like, what's the next big hurdle
The next big hurdle.
to progress?
time travel?
Well, I wish.
Go back. The guy's name was Brewster, the guy who invented it.
Oh, word.
So I remember there was something dealing with, like, I associated with beer. So Brewster, Danker, Eddie's, you know,
Nice.
Crafty Boys, like any of that kind of stuff. So his last name was Brewster.
What's
So-
the next step? So that's a good question.
next step.
You know, like, I have found myself in a spot in the kaleidoscope journey where I realize that there's a lot of people out there that are making kaleidoscopes in the world. I'm not alone. But one place that I have found myself going is that I took the initiative to go in polar opposite directions away from where everyone else has been going.
Right.
And I wanted to create the smallest kaleidoscope I could.
Yeah,
I
you're
wanted-
wearing a small one currently.
And I wanted to make a. Oh, by the way, though, that other one had a glow in the dark logo. This one has a glow in the dark face. And I forgot to share this with you guys, but like this one right here, actually, literally just glows in the
Here,
dark.
1 second. Let me.
So,
It's kind of hard with the
while we're talking about the size, what's stopping you from making the 1-inch version?
So, that's a great question, and at a certain point in time, you don't really have the ability to. I think the light from the room is kind of jeopardizing that, but that's okay. It glows in the dark.
No, you can definitely see that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But
saw it,
the 1-inch scope would be so small that it wouldn't be optically pleasurable.
Well, what if you had like almost like a viewing scope, like a little funnel that's like, you know, like essentially magnifies it.
Well, that's kind of in essence of what's kind of going on. But if you can find some focal depth compensation that's 1 inch,
Yeah.
let me know, because I've scoured for the smallest
Oh, I see.
capable
I see.
version, and what I've come to the conclusion of at this point in time is 50 millimeters, and that's with like tons of research and trying to source products and items that even have focal depth compensation, and then taking elements out of those things to see if it's possible.
Right.
And then I found out about how to get it to 2 inches.
See,
So
so part of the problem is finding parts that are compatible with the idea.
correct.
Yeah.
And at the
Okay.
moment, I haven't found it. And I mean, the truth is, if I found the parts, I'd make it tomorrow.
Yeah. Right.
No doubt. Just
know?
just your as a creator and you know an artist, like it would drive you to do that.
Absolutely.
The curiosity, you're like, oh
So
boy,
if anyone
it's
out
time
there-
to get this shit done.
if anyone out there sees this, and whether you're a kaleidoscope maker or you are, you know, I wouldn't expect another kaleidoscope maker to say, hey Rob, this is where you get this, because he or she would want to do it first. I don't blame them.
Mhm.
But you know, I made the style of like light penetration. I made the world's first light penetrating kaleidoscope pendant. There was no one that had done that version of kaleidoscope before I, and that was something that I was super, you know, I had to have a little sense of pride. And although I'm not a terribly prideful man, but I think it's, you know, healthy to at least acknowledge your own successes, and
Yeah.
You know, right now, I don't make the world's largest kaleidoscope in the world, but I also do have a 4-foot light penetrating kaleidoscope, which I have not seen one bigger yet. I've seen bigger kaleidoscopes on the internet. Matter of fact, Dubai has like a 150-foot kaleidoscope experience that
That's
you
cool.
literally walk into.
Yeah, I was
But
thinking
it's-
of something similar. Like there's these extreme macro lenses. You know, they look like they're like super thin. They're like this, but double this, and it allows them to go through. You ever seen the shots where people go through like books? It looks like the books are these massive canyons, but to do that through some kind of kaleidoscope. I've seen that. They actually did it with one of those orbs I was mentioning earlier.
Oh yeah.
And it like
just blew it up. Like,
yeah, it just
blew
takes it
up.
over.
Takes it to a whole nother optic level. And that's why, you know, I haven't practiced or been implementing macro photography or videography in my social media and stuff, but I do have a really interesting macro lens, and I think it'd be really fun to be able to you know, go in that little macro world and look at things through that lens. And I think that's really cool.
Is there? I wonder. I mean, I started. So when we were talking about it, I started thinking about like the like, you know, what the smallest possible lenses are probably manufactured for, and it's probably phones. And I mean, I wonder if you can find a smaller than 50 mil lens
Millimeter?
on a phone.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because that's
Because-
you knew the conversion between 2
Yeah.
inches and millimeters right off the bat, which is
Yeah,
a
well,
great
I
fact.
work,
to
I
know.
work in.
Well, yeah. You work. You're balancing millimeters and inches and converting back and forth all the time.
Yeah.
Whereas a kaleidoscope maker, you'll find out that some of the world has parts that are made in SAE,
Mhm.
and then or standard, and then
Mhm.
some of the world has parts that are made in millimeters, and then you have to balance between the two and convert back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah. It's aggravating. I hate it. I hate Imperial. I truly do.
Yeah, the imperial. Yeah.
I partly because so I'm at the point where like all of my work, like at work, I do almost all of my work in like thinking in thousandths of an inch, basically. And so
Tolerances, really.
yeah, but it's like if somebody says, like most people measure action in eighths of an inch, right? I measure in thousandths of an inch. It's not that it's better; it's because that's the math that I'm used to thinking in.
Well,
So-
I mean,
So if I were to measure, if I were to put something on the wall, I would measure it out and be like, oh, that's 500 thou. or
right.
something.
In my eyes,
Yeah.
a higher denomination would only equate to higher precision.
Yeah, well, it allows you to be more accurate, but it's the one disadvantage. The main disadvantage is I can't communicate with a carpenter, because carpenters work in like at maximum like an eighth of an inch, and most of them are around. I mean, a lot of them are working like half of an inch. You know?
Well, 16ths.
Yeah, yeah.
You get a 16th
totally.
in there. You get,
Right.
you get a lot of 16ths, what they call little ticks.
Yeah,
in
but yeah.
carpentry.
Anyway, I was thinking, I bet you could. I wonder if you could find the smallest possible lens that's on a phone, and then get the lens from the phone. Either from a discarded cheap one, or
But like I was saying,
yeah,
at that point, it loses its pleasurability to
maybe,
look into.
yeah.
I don't think that it's not scientifically possible
Yeah.
in order to accomplish, but in order to do it practically and be able to make something that feels good, like I'm proud of my design, because if it was 1 inch and it wasn't 2, it wouldn't have the amount of infinity principle, like I was saying earlier. So like, what are you really looking at that?
Yeah.
You would honestly just be looking at a marble with your eyes close up, but you wouldn't be getting a kaleidoscope. So I think
well, that
I
makes
kind of
sense, yeah.
found I kind of found the middle ground between the smallest that I can go, that also allows for a pleasurable experience.
Well,
So that's my take.
At some point, there's diminishing returns.
one other
Right.
question about the science of it, a little bit. If so, and I could be completely wrong, but like if you're thinking about, if you're essentially looking down a tube and you want
the mirrors reflecting, and then you've got the marble in the end. Essentially, your outer lens, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would think that if the tube got smaller, or if the tube got smaller, if it also got thinner, so that less of the marble is exposed, or if you used a much smaller marble, that like, and that's, I mean, would you then have more infinity principle stuff?
I think you're on track, and your conception of that is very astute.
Yeah.
However, we all have eyes.
I know. I'm chasing the impractical because
No,
it's fun.
I know. I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. And then, like, what I would say to you as a person who makes them would be that
Right.
our eyes are not camera lenses. They're,
Right.
They're human eyes.
Mhm.
So there is a point at which a human eye is not capable of perceiving something
Right.
in such a way.
Or you get fatigued doing it for more than a second.
Imagine that, like, you gotta have it all the way up in your eye to do that, and it's like this isn't a fun experience anymore. This is just like a scientific objective.
I guess the thing that I was thinking about when we were talking about making stuff smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, no, I love
Yes,
that because I mean,
I-
believe me, I want to go as small as possible, and I want to go as
When
big.
I
as
was in
possible.
guitar school, we used to write each other, me and some of the other guys in the shop, we would write each other notes, make it deliberately as tiny as possible.
Right.
And like, you know, we got to where we were essentially taking a mechanical pencil lead out of the pencil and then shaving it down to the smallest possible point with a razor blade.
I love
And
that.
and then,
But were you using like a Smith and Wesson like knife sharpener apparatus to get like that point like symmetrical and perfect and like?
oh yeah, I mean, I could have done
Were
it the
you
same way I
using-
do my chisels.
I'm gonna say it sounds like a
yeah.
chiseling principle.
Yeah, essentially, but
That's
I
cool.
you know, but we got to where we were like writing notes that were like, you know, like, I mean, like, not like, I'm not kidding, like really, like we would take a piece of paper, you know, this like that big, and like write like the first like paragraph of like fucking Shakespeare on it. I'm not kidding. Like we would like write like
But
a
you
whole
had magnification
like,
lenses to help you aid you.
yeah, I mean, we would do it.
How'd you-
It was like super fucking.
I feel like you're
ridiculous.
just limited by what you're writing on it with, the surface area of whatever you're writing on it with.
your pen.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like I was saying, as we would take a mechanical pencil lead, we would take it out of the pen, out of the pencil, and then shave the point down with a razor blade into the narrowest needle that we could.
But it would just break, right? The structural integrity of it is.
But if you get it at the right
But
angle,
if you're
really
really fucking
precise.
careful, then you can do it.
have you seen the people that take Dremel tools?
Right on rice.
And they take a pencil lead.
Oh, yeah,
right,
that.
Writing on rice too. They take the pencil lead and then they carve like helix structures into a number 2 Tycon drill.
Yeah.
Like
That's
same kind of.
that's
like,
yeah.
vibe.
That wouldn't even, like, yeah, same sort of thing. But like, yeah, I mean, our I don't know. It was kind of funny because, like, you know, there would be like, you know, we would put like a scrap like that, and it would just be among the other things, and be like on each other's bench, and it would look like nothing, and then we'd be like, wait a second, and we would like pick it up and look at it and be like, son of a bitch, and then like we take out like, you know, like one of our little like, I'll show you what I use. You might actually like this because
Is it one of those glasses you put on your head, like
I do have
like the dude in
those,
Toy
but
Story when he's
I
fixing
I think
Andy's
they're a lot less
Oh, yeah.
practical
fixing
than
Woody's
this.
boot? He's fixing Woody's boot. He's like,
This is
got one of those somewhere.
what I use.
This is so shitty.
Hard to get
oh,
it.
that's cool.
Alright.
I haven't seen him in that
Well,
like
you have to
that
get-
though.
Look at how
You
I'm
like
looking at
twist
this.
the edges there.
Let's put a kaleidoscope in one of these.
It would probably turn out shit. You like twist these. There's like
Yeah,
edges.
that's pretty fucking good.
No, right
Alright,
here. There's
you see
these.
how I'm looking at this right
There's
now?
two wheels, and they
Do what I'm doing and look at your face.
or
Like,
Yeah,
get it
no,
until
I
it
here, do it
love
with
it.
this.
Holy shit! Look at this paper.
You have to do both sides because it's like I know I can hold it.
I'm just doing one at a time.
Oh, that'll work too.
Anyway, this is a 60x lens. I use this in guitar repair all the time.
Same thing that a jeweler uses. That's a
Yeah.
that's a jeweler's
Yeah.
magnification.
I mean, look at the paper. You can see the individual fibers. That's what we would use for.
I
Like
like
you gotta go until it all the way focuses.
Oh yeah, no.
Kind of awesome, right?
I'm very optically aware.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I guess you would be. Yeah, I mean, I guess like me, like working with stuff like this, I was thinking, why not have a kaleidoscope that's so fucking small that you need something like that? And it's like an Easter egg, like you don't know it's a kaleidoscope, but
You know, no, I
You
love
know?
that. I love
No,
that.
no, that's where you try those on, Jake.
oh,
I love that. And the truth is, though, what's cool
Here, look
about
at me though. So good.
What's
Look
cool,
at look at the camera.
What's cool about this design for my pendant is that most people, I've already, like, in terms of perception, I've already achieved that.
you've reached your goal.
I've achieved
Yeah.
that because people say, "What is that on your neck?" They don't say, "Is that a kaleidoscope on your neck?" They say, "What is that on your neck?"
Yeah, right.
And I'll tell you this much: there is an allure to having something that's so small, but like, if I don't have enough surface area to put graphics in, to have glow in the dark elements,
Oh yeah, sure.
to
yeah.
have pictures,
Yeah.
then I've lost my
Well, then you.
allure of making these kaleidoscopes that have so many images and so many things packed into one
Totally.
package, and then it becomes just a kaleidoscope.
Well,
So
yeah, I'll raise you one and say that I feel like if you made one that required a lens like this, that you could put graphics in it. If you took that also to that same extreme, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know it's not a practical thing. It's just this is the way my mind works I'm currently just really thinking about the idea of, just like, I mean, of how much detail you could put
maybe-
in the smallest possible thing.
maybe it's time you make a kaleidoscope.
I might, maybe. I mean, I might
If
get
you-
back into writing
you-
crazy.
If you need if you get stuck on an issue, you know
Well, I would-
who you can call
Something
to help you
something
solve
that
it.
something I did think about that would be kind of cool. I think it would be really cool to make something like that and inlay it in the guitar for me.
This one.
I mean,
Oh,
um,
you see what I did there?
Hit the prism in the bottom. That's where it really gets fun.
Here, I'll let you hold.
Now this is a really old school one, right? This is before I really ended up getting articulate, and this is using cheap mirrors, not nice ones. But this kind of emulates a little starburst from the
So
sun.
I can kind of see seams of mirrors. Are there 6 odd mirrors in there? Is that 3, 4, 6 to 8?
So those are all reflections actually still,
Okay, all right.
but
I feel like I'm seeing seams right here.
Yeah, you are.
so
Now, I didn't necessarily come in to explain all the finites of my kaleidoscopes.
Okay, all right. He
No,
didn't want
that's
to go.
all right,
He didn't want to go too deep in there.
I'm happy to share anything and everything,
Sound like you're gatekeeping there.
but I don't want to. But I did not come in to get interrogated on that. Hey, Da Vinci scopes, tell us how you make yours.
yeah, no worries.
Well, eventually you're going
You've
to create
actually
an
got me
Instagram talking about kind of the general process of making somewhat decent quality. Not saying yours aren't, but
Precisely.
something that's not a toilet paper roll and making actual
Precisely.
quality.
And if enough people follow the journey, I'll make it.
Something.
So this is y'all's cue to give me a follow on Instagram, maybe a like or a share, and then that's what comes out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Something that I thought about when we were talking really, really tiny, impractical.
Yeah.
What I would want to do is make one of these, make one as small as a dot inlay, and you think it's from the surface it looks like it probably would look a lot like like a perloid inlay, I mean, but how cool would it be if you got in close and you looked at it and and I on a wall in this kaleidoscope inlay I have my serial number. That would be
so
insane.
cool.
That would be insane. And I know lenses must exist, they're small enough, and in theory, I don't know. I mean, I haven't thought about this until now, but I guess it's, and I'm just kind of a little enchanted by the idea, that's all.
I love that.
have you seen Blade Runner 2049?
Aspire to inspire.
Yes, I consider me inspired.
Sorry, I didn't have it on. Say it again one more time.
Aspire to inspire. Love your neighbor. Create because you were created.
I wasn't.
In a test tube.
But no. Anyway, I was as far as I know, no builder's ever done. You know, I just talked about. It would just be so fucking to me. But I may.
I believe that you can make that happen.
I believe I could too. You
know what? Yeah.
It's not it is of course like, I mean, not to make something like that sound easy. I realize, it's like, obviously it would be a fucking journey to do. But
the thing is,
maybe it's worth it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I believe in you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You got me fascinated in that idea.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
I've really been thinking of creative ways to do labels. Something I don't like doing. I don't like the people that write their name on their headstock.
I think about it this way. Also, though, you're like, this is already accomplishable at the length of 50 millimeters. Obviously,
Right. Yeah. Right.
So say that you have a port. Say you have a spot in your. Say that you have a spot. Say that you have a spot in your guitar build that you reserve 50 millimeters for.
Right.
That shows your tune.
What actually would be
that's already on the way.
What absolutely would be entirely possible.
And you can hit your boy up who might have a couple 50 millimeter.
Dude, actually, Rob, that's a practical way. You may have just want a customer here. Something that I absolutely could do. Something that old
in your headstock.
You could put one right there in the headstock, and it's just
buddy.
Because then that's something that people
But how's
see.
light
Like,
getting
what is
into
this?
it?
And they look down at, and then you see, well, you just have an inlay here. That's actually a glass.
Mother
window.
of pearl.
On
Yeah.
the
No.
headstock.
I'll tell you how you do it. I'll tell you how
Yeah.
you do it. You put it inside. You drill a hole with a mirror that angles light towards what you're trying to look at, and then there's an open window here that lets light come in.
Yeah.
And when you put a light on the top, it hits what you want to have light on.
Yeah, that could be cool. We could design it if you wanted. I mean, that's actually, I kind of think of it. I think something similar, or I think a viewing lens has been done, but I don't think a kaleidoscope is, as far as I know. I think I've seen.
Let's collab. Let's put a kaleidoscope. Let's put a kaleidoscope in a guitar neck.
I would absolutely do that. I mean, that's a really cool
That'd be
idea.
so cool.
That would be actually pretty dope.
That'd be so badass.
Who made this? And you look at it and you're like, ah.
But that would I've been something I've really wanted to do is hide. I don't like guys that put their name on the headstock because, well, it's not that there's anything wrong with it.
Is
It's
it
just like for
pretentious?
me, it's not what I want to do. For me,
Right, you can achieve that. Like, I know who that is by what's going on before you
Right.
have to say
But I also-
my name.
Well, right, and I want to have a serial number somewhere, and I want to have like the details, and I want to even dedicate the instrument to whoever bought it. Like say this is built by me. I mean, I want to have a whole paragraph on it, but I want it to be,
Very possible.
but I don't want to put it on the fucking on the cover, like of the guitar. I don't want it to be inside the sound hole or or written on the heads or written on the fingerboard because I don't think it's as tasteful. That's just
I love that. So cool.
Putting it on the wall of a kaleidoscope would be insane. That's very clever. That's anyway, that's I don't know.
That's rad, bro.
Yeah, thanks for indulging me.
Oh,
That's
my
the kind of thing
my
that gets
pleasure.
me thinking. Really.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's
Dude,
literally what's up.
Well, honestly, we'll talk about this. That could absolutely be my next guitar. I mean,
That's what's up.
I want to turn heads a little bit. I mean, but
You already
more
are.
importantly,
But you want to turn them harder.
More importantly, I want to make something that's like truly, it's truly me.
Are kaleidoscopes you though?
No, but hiding.
That like kind of swirl of transitive information and guitar licks that we're all sharing, quote unquote.
If somebody's,
It's what this is all
if
about.
somebody's playing their guitar and they're like, I fucking suck at this, I need some inspiration, and they flip their guitar up and says, you can. And they're like,
Fuck yeah, I can.
No,
Fuck yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's not. No, you misunderstand me, Brandon. Kaleidoscopes are not me, for sure. I've never done it. You know, I'm not.
But it's within the realm of
I
Zany
like
Jake.
them, and I feel like I'm willing to learn anything, or whatever, if it has a meaningful thing for stuff that I work on.
Absolutely.
I'm willing to go down any rabbit hole that is a worthwhile.
That's the marks of a tradesman.
Yeah, you understand me. I mean, you probably had to learn to solder that well to make stuff like that, right?
It's the marks of a tradesman.
Yeah.
You learn whatever you have to learn because through the art of kaleidoscope, I've learned infinity concepts. I've learned the art of stained glass. I've learned optics.
Right.
I've learned this and that.
It's all stuff that's only adjacent to your main interest.
You learn all these things because you have to be able to accomplish a goal, and along the way, whenever you learn all these things, you might find your new passion.
Well, right.
And
well, for me, guitar building it overtook guitar playing.
Or an implementation in your passion that allows you to take whatever you're passionate about to the next level. And that literally, that sense of like of awe-inspiring like feeling of like, oh my gosh, this is cool enough for me to like do something. This is absolutely one of the big messages behind this whole thing, and the reason that I put "you can" in there is that if you have these ideas, that come to you because you learned this or you learned that or you talked about this or your neighbor said that. Next thing you know, you have this idea that you can, and like I will never forget. I have to share this because I was at a music festival and I had put "you can" in my. It was the first time that I put "you can" in a kaleidoscope, and I was at the Insignia stage. Shout out Insignia, big fire poofers, really cool pyro music, geodesic domes. It's kind of triangular and kaleidoscopic. Matter of fact, the owner puts little like prisms to hang down so you can observe the fire in there, and it's beautiful. And like the first time that I shared a kaleidoscope with this dude, it was at Halloween, and it had the message of "you can." If you saw this individual's face light up, the way that when he looked into the sides and he saw the infinite "you can," and he said to me, "You can?"
That's awesome.
That was the moment. That was the moment that I actually said, I am making these for people.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I love it. I love putting.
That's
messages
why
in things
I'm doing this.
Like I love writing things where you don't expect it.
That was that moment.
That's badass.
That was that big moment of like, oh my gosh, I somehow made somebody feel something, and I have to share that. And as time's passed along, the message of "you can" has translated in so many different ways to a set number of individuals. That one person came up to me and was like, man, like I saw your kaleidoscope and I saw the message that "you can," and I've never wanted to quit smoking until I saw that, and I felt like I could, and I haven't been smoking. And shit like that is like, we all have vices, we all live this life, we all have this like these things that are hurdles in our lives and whatnot, and it's like those little moments where something hits you heavy. Maybe it was a kaleidoscope, maybe it was a song lyric, but that's why I love art and music. It's because it's translating messages.
Right.
And what more beautiful way than to translate between something that's organic, shows geometry, and allows this and that. And what I was gonna say is like something that I'm super passionate about getting into here soon is that you asked me what's the future of my kaleidoscopes, or what's the future, what's coming up next, and it's big stuff that incorporates music into the kaleidoscope. I'm gonna make sound reactive kaleidoscopes that I'm not having to dance physically around, but I'm utilizing audio and I'm utilizing organic noise in order to infuse geometry. And I'm excited to see what
Interesting
happens.
idea. Yeah.
I'm excited to see what happens when you start pushing sine waves. What happens when you start pushing square waves? What happens when you put sawtooth waves? What happens when you do all this type of stuff with like, sound, and you hear about people that are like sound healers, and people are taking sound baths and getting gongs and all these kinds of things. There's a magic here that is there's some kind of magic to be seen here, and not always can you can't see sound, you can hear it, but like you can see it when you put it into physical matter, and it represents like in a Tesla coil, or like in a one of those mercury baths, and like the sound hits, and like next thing you know, like different types of waves make different types of geometry. It's the blend of the two.
That's
and
fascinating.
and it rolls right back into Leonardo da Vinci's quote, and I took it so much to heart, and I believe it, and I'm so passionate about art is geometry for our eyes, as music is geometry for our ears.
Right.
That's really my message that I have to share. And believe it or not, I didn't start really internalizing that quote until after I named myself Da Vinci Scopes.
Right.
And what's really crazy is that like through the kaleidoscope journey, it's only reinforced that like I learned that quote through doing research on Da Vinci, and I was like, wow, he really got it. And
Right.
I got a mission to share.
Mm.
And I'm trying to live with with purpose,
Right. Yeah, I feel it. I'm legitimately inspired right now, actually.
That makes
And
me. Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
That makes me so
I
happy.
have a really good idea, and it's large, and I would not have had it if
That's what's up.
if you would not, let me. Help me down the rabbit hole.
Let's take Alice and Jake to Wonderland.
Yeah, dude, I love rabbit holes.
Alice, Jake, Brandon, and Rob.
Going
at
down the
Wonderland.
rabbit hole is that expression might be the greatest thing that we owe Lewis Carroll. Is the expression "down the rabbit hole." It's pretty damn good.
That is a
Anyway.
really very useful one, and it's so relatable, because if you get passionate and you like something and you want to do it enough to where you'll do it again and again, like build a guitar, run a podcast, make a kaleidoscope, you really understand going down a rabbit hole.
So
You
I
get-
have
you
an
get
interesting
obsessive.
idea. I have an interesting idea here that I wonder if this is possible. This would not be a kaleidoscope necessarily, but all right, you have your viewing thing here, your system of mirrors inside, right? And you have inlays across the top. Have on which ones have light, you get different image. Right. So my goal would be that like if you have your system of like glass inlays here, semi-translucent, that you
Something kind of like one of these.
yeah, it could be. I'm imagining something opaque, but that can change based on, and there's what I was originally thinking would be the most cool. If you have an internal light that's powered, somehow, right? And the light essentially, when you look through it, you don't need an outside light source, right? Because you have a light somewhere inside, right? But then what would be insanely cool is if somehow using mirrors, you could look and cover, one of the inlays, the egg.
What that makes me think of
Yeah.
is like when you have some colors, when you have a hue over them, you can see them and
Color
not.
wave, yeah.
And if you had like let's not say 6 for like one of each 6 strings, but let's say 2.
Sure, yeah.
And you take it back to the old spy glasses or 3D glasses, where you're covering elements
fair
of
enough,
red
yeah,
and
that
blue
makes sense,
hues. When you look through one, you see one. You look through the other, you see the other.
That makes
So,
sense, yeah.
When you
Yeah,
shine
that
the
makes
red,
sense.
you see your serial number. When you
Mhm.
shine the blue, you see your name.
Yeah, see, that would be the idea. And I would want to. I guess you could do. It doesn't have to be limited to just red and blue. You could have like 4 or
What-
something, and then you just have to have opposites, like color wheel. And
Now you
so-
can get 6.
Yeah. So you
precisely.
could
get 6.
You could. Yeah. It wouldn't be that
6
hard. Yeah.
tuners, 6 tuners,
Yeah.
6 different graphical elements.
But the idea would be to I guess that's one way that would work is you have different colored lenses that,
or you just have 6 different
and-
independents.
yeah, you could also have independence. Yeah.
6 independent.
Yeah. I somehow want them to. I was somehow hoping it could
Sorry,
be
I was doing my
interactive.
thing.
But this is definitely
just-
a rabbit hole to go down because something.
I love going down the
I was
rabbit
just
hole.
over here
Yeah.
just like getting into
because
stuff.
I mean you can really.
Oh my gosh, this is lit. Oh my god.
as
the
long as
the
it
buttons
does,
having all
you can do
these,
anything.
yeah, I was digging it.
Fuck yeah.
Honestly, the thing to do though is to start simple with something that can definitely be executed.
Which is
putting
that-
a single lens.
Single lens,
You know,
light.
Light. You look in. You see.
You see.
You get the message that you have some sort of message. My goal eventually.
You'd also would need a diffuser.
Yeah. Okay.
Because if you shine a bright LED light at a mirror and it illuminates something, you would get blinded.
Right.
But with a diffuser, that light would get diffused, and then you'd be able to make that
Right.
objective happen.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Well, we gotta talk, Rob, because all it would have to be in layable. So there's the first limitation we'd have to figure out is the thickness of the headstock is universal because tuners on pretty much every guitar because tuners are built for a certain thickness and anything else is. So
And what about
almost
spacers like a skateboard
like the
and then longer screws?
Well, you could, but what happens? The problem, the reason the bushings are pretty much universal in size is because the taller the towers are, the more leverage you have.
What if we custom mill you?
Well, I could, but I think you would end up with unless you have very large gears, you would have a tuning peg that's much harder to tune because of the string tension.
But would that make it harder to go out of tune?
No, it actually, if anything, well, I mean, in the age of locking tuners.
Yeah, we're in the age.
If anything,
Locking tuners are badass, but I'm
Will machine screws don't cause problems. If anything, probably smaller is better.
But it's all about the locking nut, am I right? Like,
Yeah.
locking nut, you never go out of tune, bro.
As long as you have good strings. That's true.
Hell
Oh, shit,
yeah, hell yeah.
I'll at least give you a string. I have.
All right, let's get into this next Hardy Boy here. Jake, you want to read this one out?
Is he untitled at? Right. Is he untitled at avocado ice cream pastry stout?
We can't understand you, sir.
What? Oh, sorry. Untitled art. Affogato ice cream pastry stout. I love affogatos.
You chose this beer.
I did because I buy anything that says affogato on it because it's my favorite dessert.
Oh,
So-
nice.
Yeah, 11% ABV from Untitled Art.
I think it's a nice work into from our last stout beer.
Yeah, pastry stout with chocolate, vanilla, coffee flavors,
Flavors.
Flavors.
Good old flavors.
natural and
You gotta
artificial
love some good
flavors.
flavor.
Yeah, Untitled Art.
What's life without a little
Waunakee,
flavor?
Wisconsin. Untitled Art's like a suburb of Chicago. Yeah.
They
anyway.
make good beer.
They make good beer, yeah.
All right, you wanna show it
also
off?
that, yeah, sure. I thought also that it being that Untitled Art, since we're kind of, this is certainly like an art-oriented episode, and so I thought Untitled Art was a good fit.
You know
even
what
though
I
it's
always
not
said?
rainbows.
As soon as I started making art, man, I'll be honest, my life got a whole lot harder.
Got a whole lot
I
harder.
feel that too. Yeah.
As soon as I made the leap to the art stuff, life just got so much
All right.
harder.
You know, I guess
Bring us
maybe-
up a nice cheers, Jake.
Oh, sure. Give me one moment.
Is this one worse than the one I had before? The music.
My internet's being updated. Try again later. This has never fucking happened before. What the fuck?
Well, guys,
Don't you just love technology?
Oh yeah.
It's a love-hate relationship.
hang on, guys.
You know,
We-
one second you're listening
this is
to
gonna be
music
where
through a
the
Tesla coil, the
Yeah.
next you're like, you must update, and as soon as you do, you're gonna start having random messages delete and not be able to call your parents.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Internet. What the fuck?
Okay.
I don't know if you got the reference.
Get my egg in this trying times.
What?
Oh, that's from Bop It.
Yeah.
Yeah. One second. God damn it. This is Jake turning up.
Got a person at the door.
Yes, not me. A different Jake.
He's talking for him. He's talking about himself. He's
Yeah.
talking about himself. There's Jake at the door.
Fucking Jake at the door.
Give me a
I'll grab him up, man.
Guys, hang tight.
Dude, can I play more guitar?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, get it.
All right.
I'll turn that off, and then we'll go to the jam cam.
Jam cam. All right. What do we want this time? Do you want me? I can sing.
Do whatever your heart drives you to.
All right. This is some Lion King.
Sorry, guitar repairs, they turn up at my door.
You're good.
Holy shit.
Ooh, baby, baby, take a look my way. Ooh, baby, baby, take a chance at you're old enough to dance the night away. Dance the night
Alright. Guys, we have to do our final cheers because I have to put this thing back together real fast.
Final shit. We have another beer left,
I
Jake.
know. Well, I already drank my. I
What's
don't want
going
to
on,
cut it
Jake?
short, but we are past midnight.
You doing all right, Jake?
Um,
Yeah. What's going on, man?
I don't want to be a third element.
no,
I mean,
it's
a
all right.
fourth element.
Yeah. No, The Fourth Element's a great movie.
The Fourth Element's a great movie, and Maury is the fifth element, which makes it okay.
Yes.
Confusing everyone.
Yeah.
All right. So that was Untitled Art. That was their Affogato.
I have a really cool idea
Style.
I have to show you.
Pastry
You're gonna
style.
freak out. Actually, you're gonna freak the fuck out. It's amazing.
Do you guys know each other? Have y'all met each other? Introductions would be.
This-
I mean, it's kind of hard for him to see because of the blinding
This is
lights.
Jake
I'm
Byrne.
Jake.
What's up, Jake?
This is Rob Wilbanks. Rob makes kaleidoscopes.
This is Maury.
And this is
Hello.
Maury.
Maury.
Yes.
I did not see that we had a smallish.
Maury had a bowl here for a month or so.
Yeah, that's where that bowl was. That's why we had a dog bowl in the corner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, do your thing.
Well, Maury, I knew Maury before I knew Jake.
Before you knew yourself.
Well, yeah, and so and Maury introduced me to Jake Byrne. Right, Maury?
He said, "Fuck off."
Yeah, I love Maury.
He doesn't
Anyway,
trust you.
what I'm thinking is, why don't we quickly drink this beer, open our final beer, I'll cheers, and you guys hang
for a little while, and I have to fix this guitar. It's an emergency.
Oh man.
Well, Jake, I mean,
I'm out of time. Or mostly out of time.
yeah.
But,
Well, I mean, we've been going we started at 9 and it's
yeah.
almost
Or we can
1.
Hang, we can hang a little longer.
No, what I'm saying is like we've gone a lot longer than we normally do.
Yes, yeah.
We
well,
got
it's
caught
been
up
fun.
in
It's been
conversation.
fun,
We
and
got
that-
caught up in
that does
kaleidoscopes and
happen.
That
music.
does happen. It's
I
time
don't feel
flies when you're
obligated
having
to
fun.
necessarily finish drinks, especially if it's gonna
No, I feel like ending on the beer that's
We have to
literally
end with
called
Kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope.
We've got to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like this
I
is.
would honestly rather pour this one out and drink that one.
Here.
Because I'm not much of a stout guy at the end
Just
of the night.
I will drink your.
How much of
stout.
it have you had? Do you have a sip at least?
I have, yes. I
Yes,
taste it,
okay,
I
good.
taste it.
I mean, me and Brandon are more than willing to split this.
Yeah.
pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, go
Yeah.
for it. Because I'm gonna drive. So.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm
fair
not-
enough. And yeah, also
I'm
something
not.
I'll
I'm
tell
not
you.
at home right now.
One of our old rules, like there was a period where I was not drinking a whole lot because I was getting fucked up too much, and so I basically stopped drinking for a little while. And what I did I
Mac,
did drink
what's
the
going on,
shows,
man?
and what we would do is we would open the beer, and this is kind of honestly telling you at the very end of the show doesn't do you much good. But what we would normally do is we would like open the beer, everybody pour a sample, and then we all, then we drink, and then the beer sits in front, and whoever wants more can just pour more. You know what I'm saying? That was
Yeah.
the original idea. But
Mac was tuning
alas.
in.
Anywho,
He's just now seeing the show, so
final beer. Brendan?
dude, I like. So there's a weird thing happening because there is green in this. It's see through, so the
Oh,
kaleidoscope
so
in the
neat.
background is showing through.
Wow. That's epic.
Yeah, that is actually really cool.
It's pretty epic.
All right, so Jake's gonna have to eventually get to this repair. I'm guessing that's the call he got earlier, and the show kind of exceeded that.
Okay. I didn't realize that it would be coming in tonight.
No, I didn't either. This
Thought
has
it was like
happened.
a
Stuff like
tomorrow thing.
yeah, stuff like this happens regularly.
That's okay.
Like he'll get like where somebody needs a guitar repaired really quick, and so. All right, so I'm going to chug this down. We're going to open up Kaleidoscope. I feel it fitting that you do the opening and you do the pouring. Jake's done with his.
All right, I'll stand up and do my trick for this one. It's my favorite trick.
Okay, do I need to go to the hand cam?
The hand cam, no. I think this one actually will suffice just fine.
Heard.
The normal one, because I can stand up and do it.
Here, you should do
And I can do
you
it.
should do this gesture, right?
Okay, let's see here.
You got to have your face somewhere in the.
Okay.
It's trying. It'll go blue. There it goes. It's on you.
Okay, so this is my trick. I learned this one from a gentleman named Walter from California. Shout out Walter Jackson. He does amazing videography and photography work in California. I think last time I checked in on him, he was in the Redondo Beach area. But if you need great photography or videography, this cat is a killer. He's a great dude. And shout out Walter Jackson. He showed me this trick. And basically what you do here, and I do need it to go down. Is it the one on the right that I'm in?
You're on this one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So it's got both cameras are currently
Make
on.
sure I
there.
can get this in here. Okay, there we go.
No, I felt that. I got a little of that pizzazz on my head.
I am so sorry.
No, it's great. It was all part of it.
I didn't expect you to do that.
No, it was great. That's how you open a beer properly.
So if you open a beer so hard that your knee cracks and the beer opens, you know you've done something right.
Ooh. That last beer had a little zing to it.
Yeah, it's a little stout, huh? Yeah, it was a little stouty for me to finish and then drive.
So the funky thing about a lot of these like imperial stouts, which at 10%, at 11%, that tracks. It's what they call an imperial stout.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Most of these, to cover up the high ABV in it, they'll add a lot of sugar and lactose, so they're going to be sweeter. And then obviously with it being like a pastry stout as well, affogato, it's going to be sweet and boozy. So for some people, those are hit or miss. I usually don't like my stouts really sweet, but there's a market for it for sure.
I like the Tailgate's peanut butter milk stout.
Oh, it's a banger. It's
a
easy
banger.
drinking.
It's a banger. It's actually low ABV, but like all that stouty like.
It's all the
Yes.
flavor of the stout without the punch.
You know, my favorite stout. Like I don't drink stouts that often because it's just not necessarily my biggest flavor that I enjoy.
Right.
However, my favorite stout is Wiseacre Memphis. Got to get up to get it down.
I've had that
Coffee
one.
stout.
Yeah, I've had that
I
one.
think it's
We've had that one actually on the show before. I'm gonna show off the can. So, Alicia actually got us a beer called. I got to cover my face up. Yeah, Kaleidoscope.
Yeah, what a great thoughtful gesture. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to have my big fucking hairy arms in the photo. Yeah. So she saw it somewhere and she knew that we were, she was hoping that we would do this interview. She's one of the ones that's been commenting down here. You met her once. And yeah, so it's Ghost Train Brewing Company. We've never had a beer from them before, and it's from Birmingham, Alabama. Same place that Trim Tab comes out of. And it's a Kaleidoscope beer. So I think Jake's going to be preoccupied for a bit. So Jake's with Jake, doing Jakey Jake stuff. So cheers.
Cheers, Brandon. Damn, he must have a show tomorrow. If it's 12:47, he's here giving the guitar.
No, he doesn't. I don't think he plays at concerts. He's like a guitar flipper. So he buys like off of Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist and through private sellers. He finds these like really old guitars, and he works on guitars as well. I wouldn't call him a guitar builder, but guitar repair for sure. And yeah, so he does guitar work. So if there's anything that's like it exceeds his knowledge base, he'll come here and Jake and him will work on it.
Work.
I don't know what they're going on. It doesn't matter. This is not picking it up. So
Yeah.
these microphones are kind of they're really good for just picking up our voice. Even if I stand back here, it makes it difficult.
I noticed when Jake was talking, where he was talking about one of his things that he was like thinking about trying out, and like his voice would come in and out when he had the guitar in front of him. Like it's very directional.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. They're literally pod mics. They're literally for like podcasts. They're designed for this. Rode makes these.
That way your voice doesn't bleed in mine and you get like.
Right. Rode makes this right here, which is really great. What I'm really excited about is that shop back there is going to be Jake's wood shop. So this table right here, all this woodworking stuff, all these machinery, all that's going to go away and it's going to go into his shop. And we're going to have cameras and lighting hanging from there. We're going to have stuff over here. The green screen's going to get used over here. There's a couch that's over there, and that's going to be another scene over there. So if we want to like hang out on the couch and use like, the clip-on like lavalier mics, we can do that and do just kind of a chill episode. We'll have a brand new table. So I want to actually have like mics that go to somebody's face. I just didn't want to invest in them because this isn't my table and it's temporary. All of this stuff is temporary.
Right.
I like cable management. I like organization, and I can't really do it with this not being my table. But all in due time.
Right.
It's coming up.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah. I mean, that thing's been out there for probably 8 or 9 months, but it's a big overhaul. It literally was a shell of a building, and we had to like insulate it. He's putting machinery and woods in there that are extremely like humidity and temperature susceptible. So if some of these are like woods that are like really hard to get or extinct even, that using them for a guitar, if they get too
Or illegal to get now.
right, so getting too much humidity in them will cause them to swell and they're basically be like not usable. So we have to have that fully like temperature controlled, and then once that happens, all the insulation's bought around the walls. It's built. We just have to put it to the ceiling because that's where a lot of the heat is coming from. There's an AC unit out there, but after that, literally this shit's gonna look completely different. Like I said, stuff's gonna be hanging from these ceiling things up here. I found these things called varipoles, and they extend to the roof, and it basically creates like a pole, and you can attach shit to it. So cameras, I can attach stuff like this to it.
Like a foundation repair It just
Yeah.
it cranks in so
Yeah.
that you can just
So you basically pull it
like
to
a
the
stripper
ceiling,
pole, like a stripper pole.
kind of, and then you can pull down a lever and it creates enough friction to where it holds. It'll hold, probably 60 pounds.
Without damaging anything.
Right, without damaging the ceiling. And yeah, I'm super excited
being
about that.
intrusive.
Right, and you literally can just be like, pull the handle up and you can pull it off.
Yeah,
So that's on the way.
What do they call those D-clips where you can just be like,
Yeah. Those are super clamps. I got so much shit over here. All this is lighting up here. There's tons of green screen stuff over there. So within the scene over here, we can have us sitting on fucking mushrooms or something. Whatever we want.
I love that.
We can get gnome outfits and dress up like gnomes and sit on mushrooms within a scene, and it would be pretty easy with that green wall. Right now, it's completely useless. That's nice. What does the other side sound like? Not quite the same.
That's so cool. So somebody,
It's like higher here and it's a lower octave here.
yeah, it's because of all these links.
Oh,
are
because
different.
they're longer and shorter.
Yeah,
You feel like it would get like deeper,
it'd be
sharper, deeper.
It'd be really cool to like, just for the shits and giggles. Like, I know this is wanting to be a circle,
Right.
But wouldn't it be so tight if you just articulated a little scale or like a little like tune, and maybe there was longer and shorter.
Right.
But like you just did it anyways, so that when you did do that, it would be like. Da, 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 da.
You just literally can. What about? This is a strange thing, but it just came up. So we mentioned earlier about like fans like this, little tiny motors like this are they don't need a lot of power to run them.
Right.
You literally can run it with. Have you ever seen solar? Yeah, for sure. And I was gonna say people do it with like gas. They'll have some kind of reservoir filled with water, and there's some kind of flame, and it is powered by steam. You ever thought about having something like this? And these are flat-ish surfaces, but having mirrors on all of these, and having something like that, and as more light hits it, the faster it goes because it's getting more power, and it's literally just bouncing light like crazy.
These are all things that I like. Ideas like that is what keeps me inspired to keep going. So hell yeah, I love that.
That would be awesome. It would literally be just a little fan that's powered by, and then, it's not completely blocking. So there's still light getting through here. So if this was completely covering, it would kind of defeat the purpose. It wouldn't allow light through because, light coming from one end to the other is kind of like the point of all of these.
Oh, watch something. This is cool. Watch this.
I dig it. Here, I'll,
Okay.
It's a fucking disco ball.
Also, my kaleidoscopes can become disco balls for your friends. And that's all bouncing off the mirror system and exhibiting the prism.
Yeah, no, that's dope.
There's a little hidden aspect.
Hidden feature. So what's the point of adding? So I noticed on this that there's
Prism.
there's metal covering up part of this prism. Is
Yeah.
it just to hold it in place, or is it there's a
Correct.
function? Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if there was like if the light is focal around this point or like focused around this point, so you don't really want too much around here.
Now, what that does, though, it does have an impact on. It does have an impact. on
Yeah, I
that.
would assume.
If it was able to show more, it would probably have a different like display of
So if
color.
you're able to attach this without applying the metal to the side of it,
Right, but then you get into a situation where it's like, okay, you did that, but like you did it with glue instead, or like some kind of epoxy.
right?
If it gets hit in the wrong way, it still doesn't have the rigidity of metal to like hold
Right.
it, and it could still just pop off.
Pop off.
Yeah.
You're at some kind of event, you have it, in a bag or something, and
Yeah, exactly.
somebody bumps up against you. Next thing you know, you're going to look through it, and it's nothing comes through.
And you're like, where the hell did all the cool shit go?
Yeah. The literally the driving force of it.
Yeah.
Like if you took this off, would it be functional at all?
Absolutely, it would. Because
Just in a different sense.
yeah, all the stuff that's on the inside would still be there, but that big burst at the end would be gone.
That's kind of cool because the size of the mirror, I can still. It probably is not even gonna let me zoom in.
And if you twist around, if you twist it around, you will see more.
Well, if I look through it this way, I can actually see like your face on the screen. But this isn't, of course, grasping it because.
Do you see that little heart
Yeah, I do.
with the arrow? Love, man, the power of love.
It told me to hold my camera still, so we'll see what comes out of this. Dude, that's fucking. That's fucking insane, man. Here, I'm gonna put the camera on you real quick, and I'm gonna see if I can get this to. So it seems the center of this. All right. We had a little dead air there. Sorry, guys. Dude, that looks like a fucking math equation.
That's so pretty, dude. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I would, a couple of those photos that you took this evening, I would appreciate it if I could.
Yeah, no,
if
that's
you don't mind sending them to me.
that's dope. That's literally like a math equation. It's insane.
Thanks, my man. That was my first version of that too. Like I'm making things now that are even better.
It's almost like I have to change the camera. That's cool. All right, look into the camera real quick. The camera's like that way. See the green light?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can make this work. All right. Like this super zoom on the camera,
Yeah.
it's like
Oh wow.
it's taking a bit to try to get it all, but like looking through this through the super zoom that camera lenses have, it's insane.
Yeah, the blend of technology
I mean,
and
this right here is like looking at this, and then I go in and try to find.
so basically that's what it looks like looking through a pendant scope. That's about the same image that you get. You know?
Yeah, so it's like, oh man. Sorry, I was trying to shit out, and for some reason it like zoomed in on your face a little more than I'd like. So I was trying stuff out, like I'm looking through the super zoom of this lens, and all of a sudden I'm like, I wonder what it
there
looks
he
like
is.
I'm looking at. Let's pull back a little bit. Watch. I was like, wait, hold on a second. I was like, what's going on? What am I looking at right now?
That's tight. I need to get a nicer phone. That's one of the things that I do need very soon, just for the sake of my social media and my like ability to exhibit what I'm doing. I'm like,
Not only that, dude,
one
but
of my
like
goals is to get a new phone.
a better lens will be able to, allow you to capture things that you maybe couldn't capture before.
Exactly. Like the macro and the expanded view is like.
Well, if you get a phone like this, I mean, I just upgraded. It had been a while. These are all like old phones that I've had, and I just use them for monitoring social media because it doesn't always update here. But I mean, the phones now, you can like zoom in on the fucking moon.
I know, right? It's crazy. This is a 2020 iPhone SE, and
Like this is like just a simple.
see, that's incredible. You know, like the fact that that's coming from your phone.
Oh yeah,
that's
I have a camera up there that does it. The
stupid
one that's sitting up on the shelf that does it really well.
That's stupid cool.
I've got like a photo of me at Yosemite.
That's a telescopic lens.
Yeah, it goes crazy deep. But somewhere in here, oh, that's all trade skills. But like that's with that camera in Yosemite, and it's, you know, it's pretty. So it looks like it's super zoomed in, but this is how far away I was. I waited for the moon, which is right there, to get right there in that corner up there, which is that photo.
So cool.
But yeah, getting a new phone, definitely cool, but it's not paramount, man.
No, it doesn't. It's not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it not have value. But I love the idea of getting the new phone and increasing the perception.
Yeah, I mean your
Perceived.
Instagram is already great. You know, there's already videos. You can capture what you need to with what you have.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, you use your phone for all these, right?
Yeah.
This phone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
But it's just like I can't wait till it gets better.
It does get better. It does get better. Is this the one we currently have? Is that this one?
Yes, it is. Matter of fact.
Here, I'll trying to think how I did that before. Not that one. Oh, Jake, welcome back. Welcome back. Have some of this beer.
Rob, I had a really good time having you
To Kaleidoscopes.
on. Sorry, I got sidetracked here at the end.
No,
but-
don't apologize.
oh yeah, I'm a busy guy.
In your own right.
Yeah, and stuff.
Oh, that's some of my prisms that I make. I make diffusion windows as well.
Oh, this is how you do it.
How many of these things do you have on hand at any given time? Like, if I were to like come over to wherever you're at,
Right now, I'm sold out.
I would love to see some of this. I mean, in that, like, I'm very curious about like what I can fit in stock. As we talk about it. It's like, it doesn't have to be any singular thing. I'm just kind of curious.
Oh, I have some materials that I'll happily share with you that you can make that happen.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. I mean, I would love to talk shop on that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's.
Look at that. That's one of my paintings.
Oh, that's great.
Did you use your painting through a kaleidoscope? We'll
This
double
It
down.
is actually
Watch
pretty
this. Watch
kaleidoscopic,
this. It's a
yeah.
black light reactive.
Oh, that's dope.
To show like.
It looks
You know,
like
I
fucking
like UV
special
art.
beam cannon from fucking
Yeah,
Dragon
that's
Ball.
exactly. It's Piccolo's. That literally was going through my
It's just
mind
got-
when I
Oh,
made that.
I see, yeah.
It was a special beam cannon, and if you look closely, it's
Great.
got binary language shooting out.
We'll see it again. Binary language where?
Like in the special beam cannon, you can't really see it.
Ones
up
and
close.
zeros?
There's ones and zeros coming out. Of the
I love
special
like
beam
Easter
cannon.
eggs like that, where you like
And
look
then-
at something closely and you get.
And then my I put a major triad in my thumbprint on the piano, so the fingerprints on the piano roll that's coming out from the spiral has a major triad.
Mm.
Man.
Got kind of like Rick and Morty vibes as well.
It does, yeah. Thanks, brother. It's no Mona Lisa yet, guys, but Da Vinci Scopes is coming.
I mean, even like fucking Van Gogh was like, yeah, all my paintings are fucking shit. Like,
Yeah.
like most of the people, like there was a lot of self-deprecation, but
But could Da Vinci shred?
I don't know. I've never actually seen him play a guitar. I know Hitler could do a hell of a good painting.
Really? Was he a good painter?
Yeah, he was actually a pretty good painter.
Fucked up to invite somebody on.
No, I'm not comparing to him, Hitler. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm just saying that, you know, people are multifaceted. Yes, he was a trash human, but he was also a painter.
Decent painter. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
That's-
this is dope.
That's fireworks at Okeechobee Music Festival. I said 4th of July is coming.
Is there a way to
Scopes are
project
dope.
this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can actually make a projector kaleidoscope, believe it or not. I know how. I just haven't done it yet. I know that sounds way fucking facetious, but
No. I mean, it's dope.
it's truth.
This is one of the necklaces.
Yes, that's one of my custom pendant necklaces. That's what I
You
like.
had one on when I first met you, and then it went away. You
It's
said somebody
sold.
like bought it off your neck.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah, honestly,
happens
if
a
somebody
lot.
made me a good enough offer, I would sell the shirt off.
Well, the thing is, this one guy
Wouldn't
was
give it
like,
away,
"Yo, I
though.
need that," and I was just like, "Yo, this is one of my special ones." And then he's like, "Bro, but like, I really want it."
He's
And I
like,
was
"Do you want to be a millionaire?"
and I was like,
Yeah.
"Well, the thing is, like, if you're gonna rock this one, then you need the chain with it because I had this gold chain on. It was like 18 karat
Like,
plated.
Yeah.
And
You've also got to have this shirt and these shoes.
and these shoes.
They're like, it's like
Here,
it's
buy
not-
my wardrobe.
This is a whole vibe. Each
But-
one of my shoes are a functional kaleidoscope as well.
Yeah, you can buy my whole vibe for $1,000 today.
You could take off my shoe and look through where there were air pumps, where these were Nike air pumps. Each one of the little holes in the pumps, I put small kaleidoscopes.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, you know, with enough innovation and enough determination. Oh, that's one of my favorites. The one
Where
in
am
the
I
mid-
going?
The one in the middle.
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, geometry all day. Hands. So
Platonic solids that are down my spine, I put inside this kaleidoscope.
when I normally think of kaleidoscopes, I don't know honestly, and I don't think we've really addressed it. Kind of what makes a kaleidoscope a kaleidoscope. We talked about there's mirrors in here, and it's kind of just bouncing shit around. But you have hands and other kind of features in here. How does one add these to the mirrors without giving away trade secrets? So our connection successful. Okay, so we are good to go. Waiting for a live video signal, and I'll put the camera on you so I know it's active. Okay, that's
yeah. The hand throws out the platonic solids towards the center, and one of the things that I did is I put a little bit of myself into that kaleidoscope because I have the platonic solids down my spine.
So do you still have this one?
I do.
Okay, so this is one
this
that
is my 4-footer.
this is one that okay, this is the 4-footer.
Yeah.
Some reason I didn't see the hands and stuff on it when you showed it off earlier.
What's crazy is that there's so much in there that one kaleidoscope that big can handle so much information that it could be perceived as 1,000 different kaleidoscopes depending on how you played with it.
Right. Can you use kaleidoscopes? I mean, I know they're all like individual experiences. Like everybody kind of pulls their own thing, but can you use a kaleidoscope to create like nightmare fuel? Like if you wanted, if somebody was on mushrooms, on acid, or some kind of psychedelic or something, could you create something that created somewhat of a portal to hell? This is not a question. I know it's a little out there, but I'm looking at these tunnels,
absolutely.
and there's things are positioned in certain ways that as light travels through it, people see different things.
To see things, yeah.
Right. So
Like if I wanted to make an evil scope, I could. However, me as an individual
that doesn't vibe with what you.
probably wouldn't put it out because like
You don't want to be known as the guy that makes evil scopes.
What I'm saying is, you got hands out here. It is very labyrinth-like. It's grabbing people, and
No, I get it. So there's one of the
do you still have commitments?
not right this moment.
Is he in there working on stuff?
No, I just wanted to make Jake a cocktail so that he could hang. And
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
the only one without a drink.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I just didn't
I'm
want.
gonna
I
go
didn't want to stop him from what he was doing.
I'm gonna go back in there when we're off there.
Heard.
So
we can wrap up.
well, we should move in that direction because of the time, not because I'm pressed anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
Right.
I gotta wake up tomorrow and start
I have
Kaleidoscopes.
to be at work at 9 o'clock.
I was supposed to be doing I was supposed to be doing Muay Thai in the morning. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Dude,
Yeah.
look at that. I mean, with the right stuff, that could be straight.
So-
like with just red colors and then having hands and having teeth and I'm sure you can make some kind of like vortex to hell.
Now, if someone said, "Hey, Rob, I want to have a kaleidoscope made that is spooky and something like that," and they were like, "I need to have it as a commission," I wouldn't be like, "I don't make evil stuff.
That's against my vibe.
That's against my kaleidoscopic code."
Yeah.
You know, that's
The
I think it's
KK
my
code.
Da Vinci code. You know, I wouldn't go there.
Please never make that fun. Jesus Christ. Dude.
That's against my Da Vinci code.
Oh,
no,
that's
but
funny. Yeah.
I honestly, I would make something for someone, like if
So,
they
I mean,
were if they said that they wanted something, I can execute it, and I'm not really one to be like, I don't do this or I don't do that. Now, would I inherently make it, and would it be something that that came out of me today, and I wanted to make this terror scope? No, I wouldn't do that. But like, if someone was like, "Yo, I need a terrifying kaleidoscope," I could absolutely.
So,
It'd be fun. It'd be fun. It just wouldn't be what I would inherently make.
Do these help you like manage different aspects in life whenever do you ever get to a point in life where you're like, really upset, some shit happens, it's life, and then you kind of just check it out, and you just look through one of these and maybe you see you can, or you just look through a different lens and it kind of changes your outlook on things. Is that
Absolutely.
So-
And I just recently I went through a big breakup. I don't want to get too personal with my
right?
with my life, but because by all means, we're all human and we all have experiences and we all go through things, and the only way through is out, or the only way out is through. I'm sorry, and like when you live through experiences like that, I'm very thankful that I can look into my kaleidoscope and remember that I have a purpose and I'm on a mission and I have something to do that makes me happy and makes other people happy, and that's part of my purpose. So when I look through a kaleidoscope when I'm sad, I do feel better. And when I feel sad and I pick up the guitar and I play a sad song, maybe it's a song that like triggers a memory that makes me sad because it makes me remember something that made me emotional. Well, I can rechannel that perspective through a kaleidoscope because I can listen to a song, put on a visualizer, look through it, hear that sad song, see it in a new way, and mentally reorganize my thoughts towards happiness when something triggers me. If it's graphic or if it's auditory, whatever, there's definitely an outlet in there to shift your perspective on whatever it is that you're feeling. And I'm thankful for that as well, because music is something that's not tangible. Granted, you play an instrument, that's tangible, but like the feeling of getting out something that's within and to hear it is different than a physical thing, And
Right.
Like I said, I went through a big breakup, and it put me in a little tough spot mentally, and then I was able to get myself out of there, and it was hard, but I'm thankful for the experience, and
Yeah.
love is universal, and it starts from within.
Yeah.
And what a better adage to any experience and any struggle than looking inside and seeing your answers, because they come from within, and Kaleidoscope's a great representation of that, because you're looking into it. You gotta look in. And my other tag outside of aspire to inspire, and what I have like on my business card that I unfortunately don't have with me, but I'm also going to put it on stickers here very soon. You just have it right there. It says "Another World from Within."
Yeah, it's a good one it's a very good one for a kaleidoscope. Yeah.
That's my little
Before we
little video logo.
get totally away from the subject of commissions, I did want to ask, if I'm thinking about installing one of these, it needs to be basically it would have to be as almost as narrow as possible, and then like as narrow as a straw if you could do it.
Oh boy.
But it could be about twice that big if it had to be.
Mhm.
And it would have to be more or less perfectly round, so that it's drilling a hole and then installing it, right? But it could be as long as the headstock until it runs into the truss rod, which is like 3 inches.
The
3 or 4
only
inches.
problem with that is that when you utilize lenses to compensate focal depth,
Okay, so
issues.
the length is the
The
length and
length
width
is-
is a combination,
the length is important because
right?
the truth is, if you had enough information that you were trying to put on the inside, at a certain
see.
point, it would start blurring and blurring and
Yeah, I
blurring,
understand now. Yeah,
right?
so because
So the width
the
of it,
lens is essentially creating a triangle.
if you wanted to make it really
so it
wide,
has a yeah.
then you can't really utilize a lens
Yeah.
because it's circular and small, unless you wanted to have a huge lens that can do that. But we can figure out a way. There is no.
It's
there's
also
no,
not the only place it could go. If it had to be bigger, it could go in the tail block.
Yeah, there.
Well,
there-
if it's in
there's
the
no
headstock-
problem that can't be solved with enough human ingenuity. I believe.
If
that.
it's in the headstock, both the bottom and the top could be glass, right? On the back side of it and the
I want it to
front.
be more subtle than that.
Yeah, you want you. I know. I know what vibe you're trying to lay down. I'm picking it up. For sure. But I like I said, there's really no problem that a human being can't solve if they one try hard enough, two are open to collaboration.
I certainly believe that. I mean, it's like, and dude, if I pull something off like this, then my shit is just jumped to a level of cool that very few people can emulate. And the only danger is you don't want to make hell kaleidoscopes, and the reason is because if somebody looks in your thing and they only see a hell kaleidoscope, they know you as the guy that makes hell kaleidoscopes, and then everybody else that ever seeks you out for the rest of your life wants a hell kaleidoscope, and you don't want to make
1,000 hell kaleidoscopes.
exactly right. It might be cool once, but
Right,
it can't
right.
stand out only for the niche thing.
Look
so
at that. That one's going hard.
yeah, oh shit, yeah. So I think you can have cool shit only to the point that it doesn't overshadow all your other things.
Right.
In a
gonna-
comprehensive work of
At
art.
the end of the day, I am gonna do me,
Yeah.
and I believe in the, we see it all the time in movies, and we make dramas and we make all these things. At the end of the day, a true message that I'll share that I believe, it doesn't have to be anyone else's belief, but love does win, and love doesn't necessarily mean another person. It means something that you have from within that is able to translate, and
Right.
none of us can actually describe love in perfect words, and that's one of those things about it that is like so hard to grasp and materialize.
Right.
But subjectively, I don't think that that love comes from a place of darkness, even though darkness shows you the light.
Right. Rob, I feel like throughout the course of the night, I've gotten to know you a lot better, and it's been really cool, honestly.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah, dude, totally. Like, I've enjoyed the conversation, but the thing that's cool when you
Just hanging around.
like
Just hanging around. The audio on that one's so fucking
that's funny.
funny.
Yeah. What you doing? Just,
Nothing.
Me? Oh, just hanging around.
Just hanging around.
I don't know.
When I bring a scope to a party.
You're that guy who's like,
Beetlejuice.
Yeah. No, so I guess what I'm saying is like it's it's cool to meet up, and I already knew that we vibed, but it's cool to meet up and do this thing, and 3 hours later I feel like I'm getting more it's like the avalanche down the hill thing. It's like I'm getting more and more from the conversation.
Thank
So,
you so much, man.
Yeah, it's been really cool, and you did successfully inspire me tonight, which is great. I mean,
That means the world, man.
yeah,
And
no,
I just got chills.
yeah, great, man. I did too, kind of. I mean, I'm a bit I mean it. I'm gonna think on this idea for a while. So it's really, I mean, the stuff that you do is now something that's affected what I do, and the stuff that I do is the most important thing in the world to me. So
That's literally means the world to me.
yeah, cool.
I'm so thankful. So
Seriously,
thankful.
I'm really glad to hung with you a bit, and we're another thing I was gonna say is I am at the be like less than a night a week right now, so most likely we'll work a lot of shifts there before you see me at work again. So we're gonna have to be intentional about hanging out.
For sure.
But I would love to get together.
Heck yeah.
I
work next week. I asked for a special day off this week so that I could attend a music festival to sell my kaleidoscopes.
Yeah.
And then I looked at my schedule and
Mess it up.
manager homie scheduled me 4 days in a row, which is not what I necessarily signed up for.
Yeah.
Because
you don't have time to do your shit. Yeah.
then that's compromising my endeavor. However, by having the time off this week, I will go and be able to earn some dollars and share my kaleidoscopes and do what I actually want to do. But then I'm at the compromise of the job coming back next week and being like, okay, well now you overbooked me, and that's part of the game. Whereas the objective is to be able to do art, share it, and sustain life and thrive.
Yeah. When those guys like you, they will overbook you.
That's a good sign.
It happened to me a lot, and I had to be like, whoa.
Woo woo, chill out, guys. Now I can't. I like you too. Okay, so but.
I switched my availability to like 1 day a week.
I don't think I'm at that level yet because
Yeah.
I am a high-end level restaurant server of almost a decade, and I am working as a server assistant in a place where I feel like my culinary knowledge would be able to exemplify a closing role. However,
sure,
I'm not there.
I feel you.
I'm not there to demand anything. I'm there to work, earn some extra dollars,
something I've noticed, man,
and keep it up.
Look, I really cared about the restaurant biz and bartending and shit when it was like the only thing I was really good at, which was 4 or 5 years ago, or no, 6 or 7 years ago, something like that. That really was my best skill. But eventually, the things that I really wanted to do eclipsed it, and it's like ever since then, I barely care. Like, I still do a good job because that's the kind of guy that I am.
Right. My parents didn't raise me to do a bad job.
Yeah. I mean, I work as hard as I can when I'm there, but like the stuff that whatever goes on there isn't that important to me. And
as a more mature individual, coming back into the hospitality industry after leaving, or actually getting fired, not fired, but like losing your job in the pandemic, like a lot of us, going back to trades to sustain myself, but then coming back with a side hustle that is able to make money, that the side hustle wants to be my main thing. It brings the demeanor of working back again to something that I can endure. If I can endure the hardship of trying to live off of art for as long as I did, like island time, as they say, when I started making kaleidoscopes and selling them, and then being like, okay, well, I want to, for the benefit of putting money and effort back into what I am doing, I can take on any position as long as I'm happy where I am. And that's why I chose the Butcher and the Bee, because it literally is one of the most nice restaurants that at least uplifts me.
They coexist with the other things in my life without taking away from it. That's,
right.
And that's why I've been there for a few years. I can do the things that I want to do, and I don't suffer by going into work, really.
We'll definitely have to have the conversation of like, hey guys, I'm not your 4 day a week in a row guy.
Yeah,
however,
totally. It's like, but I love it.
But I love it, and I love the food, and I love the chefs.
And thanks for
feeding me when I come in.
Yeah.
I mean, on the bright side, next week when I work 4 days in a row, I'm gonna end up going in there, eating a badass farm to table family meal, and then taking family meal home for seconds later. And 4 out of the 7 days a week, I'm gonna have 0 food cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
So on the bright side, right?
You can kind of.
Yeah. Well, it's
You,
there's
you-
enough. There's enough good to make up for the fact that I'd rather be doing something else, kind of. You know, I mean, it's.
And the
Also-
people you've met there are kind of invaluable.
Yeah. I've met. I mean,
If I didn't work at the Butcher and Bee,
yeah,
I
totally.
wouldn't be here right now doing my very
Totally.
first podcast, getting to share
He's
my
traumatized.
passion
He'll
with
never
the
do
world.
another podcast again.
I meet a lot of. It's been good for me.
Hopefully
meeting,
in the future I can come back on Trade Skills.
Yeah,
And come
yeah,
back
dude.
and do another one after more development.
Yeah, we'd
I'm
love
down.
to have you back. We'll talk more. I mean, you know,
This place hopefully will look different by the next time you come back.
yeah. I mean, but actually, honestly, like it's cool to have somebody enthusiastic about it, for sure. And
I don't think I would be here for 4.5 hours of conversation if I wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a good night.
One,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 4.5, really.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. We probably should go ahead and start ending
We
it.
do. I'm getting tired. I gotta work in the morning, and I do have more than.
And you have a guest in there waiting on you.
Yeah,
All right,
this
guys.
has been an absolute pleasure.
I want to
It's been
thank
great.
you for coming on. Thank you for
Brandon,
showing
for
us.
having me. Thank you,
Yeah,
Jake,
I was.
for
He
having
let you know.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been an awesome time. Thank
been
you for
really
coming
good.
on,
Yeah.
opening my eyes to kaleidoscopes. Because honestly, I forgot about them since my childhood, and that's a shame. That's a shame, especially when there's
I haven't seen them
artisanal.
this cool,
Kaleid-
so,
yeah, no,
yeah.
I've never held one that was like that. It's always the ones you get with a little kid that are like made out of basically toilet paper, like toilet paper rolls. Yeah,
me.
but
Literally.
thank you for tuning in. If you guys want to check them out, Da Vinci Scopes on Instagram. I see that there's a TikTok as well under the same name.
Same name. There is a YouTube. It's made. There's no content.
Pretty much same as ours. Our live feed dumps onto the
But you know what?
YouTube.
When you
but that's
start
about
something, you might as well try and get all the avenues. At one point, I had that day where I spent a couple hours making all the things. The
You gotta start
email, the
somewhere,
blah,
man.
Blah, 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 blah.
You gotta start
And
somewhere, man.
that's the truth.
Well, all right, man. Thank you for coming on. We want to see you guys next week, 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's been an awesome show. You guys have a great night.
Bye, guys.
Catch you
It was
next time.
awesome.
Ciao.
Thank you for listening.